Hey chat. How it go? Alright, let's go. This has been a fun season. I agree, actually. Having a blast so far. And we still keep going. I gotta do some more Sorc now. And probably Earthspike or something. Or yeah, we'll see. It patches tomorrow, right? Let's do this. Let's do that. And this. Legion in 6 minutes. Maybe tomorrow at this time we're gonna be pouring out when we see that. Maybe not. We'll find out. Our loot filter's coming to D4. Maybe. Okay, what are we farming? I think 79s, right? These things are all 89, okay. He didn't play hardcore in E3, I don't think. Think again. How's everyone doing, guys? Vom Ostseestrand. Hi, Johannes. Enjoy the beach. What's a good build that doesn't use runes? Runes are relatively impactful, to be fair, so I don't know by heart every single build and what runes they use. I mean, there are some builds that probably don't really function well without runes. For example, if you have something like a Zek rune that gives you like ultimate cooldown reduction, or I don't know, Heartseeker where you have the wolves and those wolves trigger the pain gorges, so that might be a bit inconvenient without the runes. But there's other builds where runes are just kind of like a damage buff, you know. So maybe check the builds and see what you can find where the runes don't really seem too important. Really disappointed to hear I don't know every build and every rune. Well, I mean, if I made every build on Maxroll, I would probably know all the runes in every build by heart, but I don't make every build on Maxroll. And so, you know, I don't look at every build necessarily, right? Like I usually cook my own stuff, and I'm also not like that deep in theorycrafting on some classes, like Necro for example. You ripped 2 tunes yesterday, the Mafian. Ah, I know that feel. And then I saw the mythic builds. Where will you get the armor from? You just have 500 armor at top of my chest. I have Shaco here. Shaco gives a lot of armor. Otherwise, put armor on your boots. And that will kind of cover you. Also, incense. There's also armor nodes on the paragons a little bit in some places on the Sorc. Thank you, I love it. I cannot. Is Hydra stronger than Balazan Spiritborn builds? No chance, but it's faster. And easier, I guess. Like Hydra is relatively face roll, and the Balazan builds are the opposite. Goddamn Necros. You lost 2 Necros. How different is this compared to Chain Lightning? I mean, every Sorc build is basically the same shit, right? Perma Teleport, Perma Ice Armor, Flame Shields, like, they're all the same, basically, so... It's just like your flavor of core skill in the end. And there's like some exceptions, like for example if you go push highest tiers, then some builds incorporate the ice shards with the Hail of Verglass, like this build here for example. What helm I have has a Shaco. She today is not her yesterday. Yes. Hello, Nini. Lilith arrive. The back-to-back 2 upgrades. Crimson Loot Carnival. Ah shit. That's the Crimson Market boys. Hello. Thank you for the sub. What are you guys up to? Hello, cute guys only. Sorry, Nina B. Thanks so much. Oh shit. Yo, Francois. You're stuck on pit 90. What build are you doing? And pit 90 is kind of the cap for some of the like weaker builds out there. No offense, I need to remove Paragon board. I don't say issue with Paragons. This is not Chain Lightning Sorc. This is Hydra. It shows the gear real fast? Sure. Hi James, by the way. What are you talking about, by the way? Whole life. I'm not sure if I will need anything like that. I'm not really planning to make a Necro, I guess. Ah, here, Orange Herald. Nice. Wait, is that a Maxroll? It is. So now we're only missing the most important aspect. Nice. Okay, but this is nice. It's actually 30% extra chance compared to before I had 10. Let me just check if I found a Serpentine on the way. Hell no, I didn't. Something else instead of Paragon board. I don't know, I think Paragons are okay the way they work. They give you like just like kind of pretty simple, like a progression, right? I don't really have like a big issue with the Paragon boss. I just trade for a perfect Serpentine. Well, if I use trade side, maybe. But I don't buy anything, usually. So we gotta grind it. Alright guys, I guess it's time to close the window. Guess I'll die. Okay. The weather or the dog? The dog. This dog is extremely annoying, and I don't wanna mute and unmute like every 2 seconds. You have a hard time bossing as a pole druid, can't see anything. Might depend a bit on the boss as well. I mean, pole druid is so strong that you should just like eventually blast down all the bosses in seconds anyway. And you're tanky enough to just basically tank everything as well. Besides maybe Belial Breath and Harbinger Jump. So you shouldn't really have any issues, I think. Maybe you're just like fighting bosses that are too high difficulty for you right now. Rudy, can you admit you were wrong when you said Druid is on top of Sorc the other day? I mean, it's very close now. Wait, let me check the ranks. I thought like Sorc is at kind of 15 and I don't know, Wolf is like about 112. And it's getting a buff on Tuesday. I think we have Hydra ahead of Wolf in the tier list. I think like Hydra is basically number 2 and Wolf is number 3 if you count the Balazan builds as 1. So I think that checks out. I'm not sure what I said. Well, we have Wolf 2, Hydra 3. I mean, maybe you can like move them from left to right, but I mean, who really cares, right? 113, 115, yeah, whatever. So, I guess we can swap the two, but they're still in the same line, so who cares? I guess realistically, when it comes to like not giga endgame decked out characters, Pulve is the better one, you know. Like the thing is that, you know, the progression curve of Pulve is like, right, so this is like gear, power, right? And then you have like Pulve, you know, it's like this. Then you get Rotting Nightbringer, and then it's like this, and the Sorc is like, I don't know, starts a bit better, goes slow, goes slow, goes slow, and then you have like this, right? So I think most people are probably better off with Pulve anyway. Hydra's the most fun you've had in a game since you've made Spiritborn. Yeah, it's pretty fun build actually, turns out. I thought it would be boring, but you know, when you actually have like full late game setup like this here and you go fast, you know, like just teleporting around and one-shotting everything, like it's a nice blaster build for sure if you like that stuff. It's pretty insane once you have it like fully geared. But it's like, I guess that's how Sorc works, right? Sorc is always like this. Once you get to like the perma teleport, one-shot everything, it's always crazy. And I mean, Sorc is always at the top of speed farming tier lists, for example. You know, no matter how weak the class is, it always has the #1 speed farming build. Just because teleport and Shaco. And the #2, and #3, and #4, and #5, I guess, most of the time. Although I think we have Evade at #2 on the speed farm, because Evade is also insane. Like Evade does almost exactly the same here. How the idea of Diablo? Very simple, I don't. There is no Diablo. Ah, you mean the game. Well, I don't know, I decided this season only fun allowed. And so far this has worked out pretty well for me. I remember we put Hydra, Sorc in A tier. Yeah, we wanted to be careful because we didn't know how it would perform since they changed a lot of stuff from PTR to live. So we decided to, you know, we rather put stuff a little bit too low instead of, you know, make people think a build is better than it actually is on the season start. Right? Because we had no idea what they changed. We couldn't test it. So we put Sorc in, like, I think he had like #1 in, or #2 in A tier or something, right? And now we moved it up to S since it actually turned out really good. Like, we don't want to bait people into playing a build that everyone believes might be good, and then it turns out not that good, and then everyone is upset. So we rather just put it a bit lower, and the people that want to play it anyway will do it anyway. And the people that want the strongest build, they will, you know, play the strongest build. You know, like for example, we knew that Balazan would be like the craziest and so on. And so we put that at the top, and it remains there. But the same with like the basic skills as well, right? We didn't know what they will fix with Painted Gorgers, and then they fixed the Painted Gorgers relatively nicely, it turns out. And a lot of the basic builds just went up after, you know, initial testing. But we couldn't know that because we had no information. So it's always good to, like, you know, make the tier list a bit pessimistic. And now, for example, we made our tier list update on Saturday. I'll make a video for tomorrow as well, since we have patch day. And I will talk a little bit about all of that stuff. But yeah, for example, Lunging Strike Barb is really good now. all the buffs were in despair at the start of the season, but you know, it's actually a really good build. And a bunch of other stuff is just like moving up basically. The Hydra Sorc doesn't look like this. Well, you can click here on this wardrobe thing, and then you can change the transmog. You're hearing Barb is by far the worst character at LoL, and look now. I mean, it is still the worst, I guess. I mean, it has like 2 builds that push like into the 100-somethings now, like 107 I think for lunge. And I think Flay or Bash is also pretty close to that. And it's like kind of like on the rogue level, right? But yeah, as I said, you know, they just turned out better than expected because of the Pain Gorgers. The Pain Gorgers actually were just like buffed gigantically. And that really helped. Well, buffed, bug fixed. Mostly. Lunging 106 and Flay 103. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess the difference is that Flay is basically just a push build, and Lunging Strike is just kind of all around for everything, including push. So there's not really a reason to play Flay compared to Lunge. Not seeing all the lighting stuff with Hydra on Maxroll. Does the Hydra build not have like a speed farm variant that is like that? I guess not. I don't know if we didn't put it. Maybe it would make sense to put that. I can ping him and see if he has anything to say, but yeah, this definitely feels nice here with the lighting stuff. I have it in my planner at least, so you can check my planner. Mishmark bells. Oh, Panda Glassjaw. With his incredible schedule again. Thanks for raid. Welcome, guys. Speaking of Maxroll Sorcs. Doesn't Pension reach like tier 85 max or something? If you really try, you palm 85. Penshot. Penshot is very good. Has cleared like 101 or 102, I think. Penshot is really good. It's my favorite build of the season, I'd say. Like, this is really the Penshot season right now. With the Eagle Horn and stuff, it's very fun. Only 6 AM, still early. Nice, what have you been up to, Panda? Spending all my resources. Uh-oh. Dude, I'm trying, but my Forgotten Souls keeps going up. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Everyone always keeps telling me that I'm supposed to run out of Forgotten Souls. Hi, Acrobat. You don't understand why they make it that there's only 1 or 2 viable builds per class? I mean, there's plenty of viable builds across all classes though. I guess Barb is probably the one where I have like kind of the biggest gap right now. But I mean, Rogue has like at least 6 or 7 really good builds right now. I mean, Sorc has like, let's say 3 that are really good. Druid has a bunch. Like Druid is like probably overall the strongest in terms of like the most variety of strong builds. Almost everything on Druid is like at least 95 plus hit or something. Yeah. Necro, I guess, is kind of like, yeah, everything is like kind of strong but very clunky. Not very good for farming and so on. I mean, there's so many builds, you know. I mean, we have like, I know what, 60 or 70 endgame build guides on Maxroll, all updated for Season 9. You know, we do that for a reason, right? So there's many builds. And that's not even all of the possible builds that are good. There's more, right? We don't have Stormclaw, we don't have Shocking Impact Sorc. You know, a bunch of other stuff you could do. Yo, Mark, thanks for playing, man. Show me that this give us builds. Should give us assistance in our community to find builds on their own. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's a fair request. And I mean, and it's like a bit of both, right? It's like we have kind of like, you know, some sort of like pre-designed stuff, like there are certain uniques for certain builds, like, you know, Fireball, Sorc, runs Gloves of Illuminator, and this is just a Fireball build, and then you have to like kind of build everything else around it, right? Or the Hydra Sorc runs the Ophidian Iris and the Serpentine Aspect, and then everything else you kind of try to fit in. And so, you know, I guess the general problem that we have is that there is almost always a mathematically superior choice, and you just go for that. And there's like too little of this whole system with like, you know, utility aspects that you can swap around, or different sources of damage aspects, or different, you know, this kind of stuff, right? Everything is just kind of like very streamlined these days. And I guess they need to break that up a little bit, because, you know, if like, you know, if you take the same, like if you take like 5 creators that make a build, they will basically always arrive at almost exactly the same setup, right? As long as they know what they're doing. And like, I don't know, I haven't looked at like Mikuna's build or Norfar's build or something, but, you know, if I compare this to mine, it's probably going to be like almost the same stuff on this Hydra Sorc here, for example, right? So you just always have the same builds, and I guess that needs to be like a bit more like, you know, open, where it's like, okay, you have like more viable choices, and you know, there's like, you know, I want to have more of an argument for and against something, and not just like, okay, this does more damage than this, right? I want to have pros and cons, and not bigger number and smaller number. And there is a little bit like that, but I guess it's like slowly being like optimized out of the game with power creep, and with, you know, like, you know, the builds are kind of like more and more set in stone, I guess, over the duration of the seasons. And you know, as we get season updates, and then we have, okay, this is the Hydra Sorc, and, you know, in season 10 Blizzard realizes, okay, Hydra Sorc is maybe too strong, so we have to nerf it. So they nerf Ophidian Iris a little bit, or they nerf you know, Serpentine Aspect a little bit, or something like that, right? And it's still exactly the same build, just it's gonna be like 5 pit weaker or something, and everything is still set in stone exactly the same way. And yeah, I think there needs to be like something else. And I mean, that something else could be what they already said. It's coming for the future. They did talk about potentially reworking the skill tree and stuff like that, and this could, you know, open up a lot of these possibilities. where it becomes maybe more like, you know, last Epoch style. For example, you know, if you look at last Epoch skill trees, there's like tons of choices, and okay, there's like, you know, number choices, and then there's like utility and like functional choices. And you can always argue for or against something. And it's not so like, you know, mathematically, you know, mathematics based, right? It's like, you just do what you want. And okay, like something might end up being more DPS, but for example, you know, DPS is not everything, right? You also want quality of life, you want like utility, you want coverage, and so on. And we need like a lot more stuff like that. I'm not spoiling anything. It's just something I have already discussed like at various points in like my feedback videos and whatever. And Blizzard did publicly say like months ago that they are doing something like that with the skill trees. Any reason why teleport is on a bar? We go fast as fuck, boy. These some skills don't have the numbers, but there are some cool scalers and converters, e.g. vitality to damage. Yeah, exactly. Like they did like a really cool system there where, okay, it's like some kind of mix of, you know, like just like raw damage, right? There's like, okay, your skill deals 6% more damage, and your skill has 5% more attack speed and so on. But they also have like these like functional changes where, okay, now your skill has a cooldown and it does that, or you know, now your skill does cold damage instead of fire damage, or whatever, right? So there's like tons of cool stuff that they're doing in last Epoch. And yeah, we need more stuff like that as well, where it kind of like, you know, breaks up the meta. It like gives you options. It gives you like, you know, 5 different ways to play Fireball and 5 different ways to play Twisting Blades and so on, right? And then, yeah, okay, one of them will probably turn out to be some sort of like meta choice or so, but you know, especially when the game has like finite difficulty, then this is fine, right? Okay, pitch is always infinite, but you don't really have to go that infinite difficulty and, you know, make the most powerful build or something like that necessarily, right? Like, it doesn't really matter if you go high in the pit or not. You know, as long as you can do all the tier 4 content competently, like, your build is fine. So, there's no need to really do more than that. And this actually allows us as well to, like in the current game right now, to actually do a lot of different setups. But we still end up with like a lot of like kind of like meta locked in builds and stuff because there's not these like options available where you can just make a build work really differently. In the game will benefit from SSF mode? Yeah, greatly. I mean, especially with leaderboards coming, we need SSF at that point. You know, you can't really expect people to take your leaderboard seriously if there's no SSF. So, we need that. Like, even if they fix all of the duping and all of that, you know, we still have RMT, we have, you know, like, communities feeding streamers, we have just group play advantages that are ridiculous, even, you know, for people that just kind of like playing together, and so on, right? Like, if you want to have like a real competition, it's all SSF, basically. It needs to be that. At least, you know, there needs to be a separation between SSF and the group play allowed leaderboard, you know, like the freestyle, basically. Because like all of the real blasters, they will be on SSF. I didn't move the camera. What do you want to do? I'm not going to move any camera. How about that? Did I hear SSF blasting? Yes. What is this curse tag? Oh. Eva has his ways. You would pay real money to see some streamers doing SSF? Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of SSF streamers, right? Like, I am, let's say, almost SSF. I think Panda is pretty much SSF, Condas is pretty much SSF. I think he's actually full SSF. So, you know, like, a lot of people play SSF. Or very close to that anyway. And not just streamers, yeah. So, it's just, you know, how the game works for most people. And this is also why we need an SSF mode, because a lot of people play like that. It's not just for like the streamers and like the high-end competitive blasters. Obviously it matters a lot for them, but a lot of people play SSF anyway. And if you have leaderboards and there's like this, you know, group play and trading allowed, and there's no SSF, then there's also just like no comparison, right? Because of the insane advantages they have from group play and trading. And if most people don't use those advantages, then they will never be able to like compare themselves in any kind of realistic and like manner, right? If they will look at the leaderboards and they see like there's people with Korean gear, 3, 4 GAs, every slot, perfect masterworks, you know, day 3, and you know, this is stuff that you cannot acquire as Zeph, you know, even after 500 hours, let alone day 3, right? Like, you will not get this stuff. And, you know, there's just like no comparison then. There's no real value at looking at the leaderboard and trying to see how you do against those people, because they're just playing a completely different game, you know? So you need to have the separation of SSF and not SSF. It's just not the same game. And no matter how much you try to balance this out and fix duping, and you know, whatever, it will always have this insane difference. Let's say they make a Zev, how are they gonna bring people back to playing D4? People will always come back. You know, new expansion, new luck. Like, leaderboards alone will bring back a lot of people. SSF mode alone will bring back a lot of people. Those two things together is like a sick combo. And, you know, new expansion, new class, new campaign, you know, skill tree reworks, new content. I mean, people are always gonna come back for this or that reason, and as long as they enjoy it, they will stay. So I don't think that's really a big concern. you know, the game has its golden years still ahead of it, I guess. So I'm not really concerned. Like this expansion needs more than one class. I think the expansion does not need more than one class. I think in general this game doesn't need a lot of classes. I mean, it's almost guaranteed they're gonna bring new classes every expansion, but I don't think more than one. Like the, you know, it's a ridiculous amount of work to make a class. And on top of that, it's like a permanent, ridiculous amount of extra work every single patch as well to have more classes in the game, right? Because more builds, more stuff to do, more items to make, more stuff to balance. Like, it's not just about making a class and then, you know, you're done, right? But you make the class, and then you have also permanently added, you know, probably a few extra developers permanently as extra work, just to like keep that class up to date, right? So it kind of just like expands the workload permanently if you have more classes. So like, they can't really make that many classes, I think. I mean, okay, like, you know, a lot of classes probably move into territory where, you know, builds are relatively developed these days, you know. But we still, you know, we still expect more, right? And we still expect that, you know, every season they're gonna like touch all the classes at least a little bit. Maybe make a new setup viable, bring back an old school classic, or, you know, make a new unique item that makes a new build, or, you know, kind of like keep developing builds to be a bit more sophisticated. Like, you know, Pulverize is a good example this season. You know, you got a new unique item, and that unique item actually really changes how the build works and the end game potential and everything, and that was a really good addition. And we need like more stuff like that, I guess. Because a lot of builds are just kind of like undercooked still. Even if you have like, you know, 15 available viable options on a class already or so, but, you know, many of them are usually just kind of like copies of each other with like some slight tweaks. Like, look at, you know, all the Azurath stuff on Rogue, right? There's Azurath Pen, there's Azurath TB, there's Azurath Barrage. It's all the same shit. Look at the Spiritborn, like, Kapaleka builds, right? There's like Kapaleka Quill, Kapaleka Crushing Hand, Kapaleka Payback. They're all the same shit. Just like, you know, look and feel a bit different. So, you know, there needs to be like more refinement. But I guess eventually we'll get there where like all builds have like their own like identity and progression path and so on. Saradon. Thank you. I guess less than 10% of the player base plays hardcore. I would be surprised if it's 1%, to be honest. I think the hardcore player base is very small. But it doesn't mean hardcore shouldn't exist, you know? Having hardcore is important. Even if there's few people, you can't just go by numbers and say, oh, there's very few people that play hardcore, and oh, there's very few people that play as dev, you know? It is still relevant. Like, it's important to have this, even if there's few people. It's not all just about how many people. Like, it matters. Holy wee big, yeah. Funny that Chronix assumes he's a hardcore blaster. I wish we could have built that delete the entire screen. Have you played like any time in the last 1.5 years or so, Chivas? Just asking. Why is everything immune? What do you mean? I have to say, it is kind of funny to see someone say, I wish we have screens to delete the entire screen. Considering what I'm currently doing with my Sorc. Like, are you watching? How many cucumbers I changed my restart, pop-up, and sound. I don't have an alternative right now, and I really like it. So realistically, I don't think this is ever gonna change, because it is the most important moment in my entire streaming career. So I kind of like that this is my sub sound. Yeah, it's time to open the window because I'm dying and the dog is silent. Yeah. What's the clip from? The yes woo is when I got my world first Greater Rift 45 clear in Diablo 3 Season 1. The ball lightning build. That was like a few weeks or something after I started streaming. 11 years ago. And overnight, my stream was put on the map, basically. I woke up and my video had 400,000 views. And that was quite an experience. A long time ago, yes. Now all the blisters have to watch wudijo. I think that should be mandatory. There should be a mandatory watch Woody stream for 5 hours a week. I just explained Patronus. Not bored of this game yet? No, the season is super fun. Definitely gonna be blasting more. I have a few more builds I want to make. There's still Earthspike, Stormclaw, Payback that I want to cook. Maybe I'm gonna make another Sorc build, we'll see, but this is nice here. I want to try some stuff with Thunder Spike, so Hand Sanitizer told me he's been trying some stuff, and that sounds kind of funny. So I wonder if Thunder Spike is gonna be a thing. But it does have good synergy with Pain Gorges, so there could be something. Pain Gorger, Arc Lash, log out, dude. Can I do anything with this? I don't have any points anymore to get, right? We have literally everything. Great. So I just pick up int, I guess? I don't know. Sure. What am I doing in August? Well, we are going to Gamescom, but the rest, we'll see. Going to be a packed month again. August is not very packed, I guess, since last Epoch and PoE are just at the very end of the month. So yeah, during last Epoch launch I will be at Gamescom, so it's gonna be kind of scuffed, but I will probably try to stream a little bit from there. If I manage to get a PC set up and stuff. Yeah, otherwise it's mostly a skip for last Epoch for the launch, unfortunately, so at the very least no racing, which is sad, but hey, that's what it is. Because, you know, if we do something like an Aberoth race again, I mean, that just, it takes too long, right? It's like at least 2 days of full blast. So that is not happening. But yeah, I guess I'll have to play last Epoch like later, because PoE 2 comes right after, and I will be coming back and then prepping PoE 2 and last PoE 2 like all September or something. So that's probably the strat. And last Epoch, I mean, I want to do some last Epoch like end of the month, maybe early August and stuff like that. And then some PoE 2 as well, just to like play a bit more Season 2 and a bit more 0.2. Since, you know, at some point we're gonna be done here with D4. It's been like so long since it feels like so long since I played NE and PoE, man. Because I didn't play either of the two games for very long, just like I think it was like 2 weeks each, right? And that was it. And it was in April. Thank you, Go Doc. I think Shred would be good with Pain Gorges. Shred is not a basic skill. Shred is good, actually. Border has done 105 with it. I think it's also decently fast. I used flame shit and he saw hardcore. I mean, to be fair, I never press flame shield. And Sorc is like so fucking tanky, you know, it's like insane hardcore class, no matter what. But I mean, there's no reason not to have flame shield on a bar. So, what else you want to put there? Yeah, ice plates potentially, but I don't really care enough about that, I think. You can get like 10% attack speed or maybe 20, but you also have to like click that. And I'd rather just do another ball lightning. Ball lightning's just, you know, fast animation, gives me like more lightning spears and whatever. So, I'll just do that. I think that like adding ice plates to this build is like such a minor thing and just like complicates the rotation for no real reason. And it takes again resplendent stones. Yeah, one from Season Journey, one from Lilith, and the rest is Season Rep. And you can actually total farm Season Rep with like a few Infernal Hordes. Just make a new character, get it boosted to 60, or use caches to get to 60. Equip all your previous gear, go Hordes. Do like a few Hordes, you have a Spark. I think you need 3 Hordes or something, if you clear them well, to get a Spark. It's actually nuts. And Panda said apparently the rep doesn't even scale with Torments. So you can literally just go unlock Torment 1 and do it. Or I don't know, if your character is strong enough without glyphs and whatever, just equip your gear. I don't know, unlock like Torment 3 maybe. It's gonna be easy peasy I guess, and go. There's a new version of the build in Maxroll. Yeah, I just checked, Nova doesn't have the ball lightning stuff, but it's in my planner. I'm gonna ask Novi about it, and I guess it would make sense to at least update the speed farming variant to be something like this here. Because this is definitely faster once you have all the gear and stuff. Works pretty well. It's also 4% more HP each level like D3. And D3 it's 17% more. 40 is 2 tiers. And I don't know what's the new scaling in the pit actually. I haven't seen the numbers yet. But it's like somewhere in the range of like 20-ish%. Or 21, 22 or something like that. +4. Right. Can do that right quick. Yeah, this is one in focus to get more cooldown. If you don't have a GA cooldown Shaco, it's kind of tough to get to 100% teleport without the offhand. So this helps. Have you seen the Nightmare Dungeon bug? Are you talking about the boss lair stuff? If so, then I don't think this is really a very good strategy. Because it's not guaranteed. That thing has been at least 2, and you can get a strong room even if the key doesn't have strong room in it. Yeah, but I mean, you know, still have to teleport around, go for the boss lair, and you know, there's only like maybe a 33% chance or so to actually spawn one of these things. So you, on average, let's say go through 3 bros layers to get 1 strong room. Like, just like get more sigils and farm strong room sigils, and that's I don't know, much more consistent and much less annoying as well, I think. But yeah, if you really want and you're like low in sigil powder, I guess you can do that. But I didn't find it a very effective strategy. You know, there's so many ways of getting Opticite. You have the strong room sigils, you have refinement tributes. Like, how much Opticite do you need? That Bolster stuff is kind of whatever, I feel. Casual player, pit 100 with minions. I mean, it can definitely do 100. I'm not sure how easy though. Morning, Chris. New camera angle. It might be a bit too high, right? So. This game wants me to spend 60k to triple crit evade boots. Yeah, but honestly, I would just like craft sigils, get the 9-dimensional strong room sigils, and stop blasting or something, and not do this layer stuff. But I guess you can do the layer stuff. It's like an alternative. Was there a chance of Paragon points per level? What is that question? The mouse organ system is surely a depressing one. Yeah, I agree. Like, I guess the biggest issue that the mouse organ has is that certain stats are just so much more valuable than others. And especially like exponential scaling of certain things, like, you know, cooldown reduction and so on, right? Like, there's such a crazy gap between getting the triple cooldown instead of the double cooldown on the Shaco, for example, or like the evade cooldown on the boots and so on, like certain breakpoints you have to hit. Like, if it wasn't for like these like huge gaps in how valuable is one of the master crits, then I guess it wouldn't be so bad, right? Like, sometimes, like, on a pair of pants, right? You don't give a fuck if you hit int or live. Like, who cares, right? You just, like, YOLO it, and as long as it doesn't hit some stat that is, like, completely pointless, like, let's say there's resist, and then you're capped on resist anyway, yeah, sure, you're gonna reset if you hit the res. But if you hit live or int, I mean, who cares, right? So... But yeah, then you have, like, stuff like the evade cooldown, and if you don't have the triple evade cooldown here, then you're just fucked, right? So... We've seen Exile Conduit. Yeah, Exile Conduit is like, it's like pretty valuable to get the triple, but on the other hand, not such a big deal. I have double right now, and it's alright, you know. I would get like another few percent DPS if I had a triple. I think the triple is like 85.8 or something, or 87.8 instead of 80. It's like a 3-4% damage upgrade, maybe. It's not the end of the world, you know, if I don't get a triple. Like, if you compare this to like the triple cooldown on the Shaco or something like that, this is, you know, a world difference. How impactful that is. Or like my glove, for example, right? I have yellow core and an int. And I have so many core ranks that, okay, the core rank would be like 3% DPS and the int is like 2.5% DPS, and okay, whatever, right? I don't care at that point, so I'm not gonna redo this glove, for example. But yeah, if you talk about like the cooldown or, you know, some other things like that, or like, you know, the chance to hit twice on the weapon temper, like hitting that with a masterwork versus not hitting it is just like such a difference. Or Azure Wrath, right? You want to get the GA and then want to triple masterwork it, and if you have double instead of triple masterwork, you're literally losing like 12% DPS or something, like, you know, just from that one master crit. So I think I'm gonna save just percent armor amulet. I might have to do something with that. Having trouble capping armor and resistance, but other than Spiritborn, how important is loyalty? Loyalty is very important, but yeah, in the early progression I also ran a normal helm to fix that until I had enough paragons. But yeah, loyalty is more than double damage and a lot more hunter uses, which gives you even more damage and a lot more like speed and consistency and stuff. So you definitely want loyalty. But early on, especially hardcore, I played without it. In fact, I made a starter variant for the Balazan builds that has no loyalty, so I can check that on Maxroll now. Who's best class this season? Yeah, Hydra is probably like the overall best build. But Spiritborn has the strongest builds. And I think the overall strongest class in terms of build variety is probably Druid, actually. They're used for GA percent armor and 2 ranks the potent amulet on Spiritborn. Yeah, that is fucking nuts, man. That is like best in the slot for almost every build. Over GA decks. I mean, it depends on the build exactly. So the Jackham Shell builds, they usually get armor from the chest, like the poison builds, and I guess Evade also does that in some setups and so on. So you don't need the percent armor on the neck, but yeah, basically every unyielding hits build wants the GA armor on the neck. So not the Balazan stuff, but yeah, the others for sure. And yeah, Potent is like the best passive. And yeah, GA Dex is something for like the builds that don't care about getting more armor. Like yeah, the Balazan stuff, for example, you want GA Dex because you don't care about the armor on the neck, because there's no unyielding hits. But yeah, like this is an insane amulet. GA armor and Potent, this is like if you're on softcore, that's like a 99 billion right there. Or okay. Well, still insane anyway. We don't know, sons. Fine doing Evade and Balazan. Yeah, okay, those two builds actually do not need as amulet. But it's an insane emerald. You haven't had a single Uber till now at 224 Paragon. How is that possible? Well, how many Ubers you have is almost entirely dependent on how many bosses you kill. So go kill more bosses. And you'll see the impossible becomes possible. It's actually crazy how fast I can find these glyph upgrades with just 8% runs here. Like I do this for a few more hours, all my glyphs will be from 90 to 100. Is it worth doing Common tutorial? Well, if you need a specific item that is like a big upgrade, yeah, absolutely. Get your item. But you shouldn't like, you know, farm 100 Duriels on Common 2. Kill them 5 times, get your item, and go. Like, realize you're late to the party with Battle of Hated. Don't worry. Game Marrow bans is it only on me? Try turn off crossplay. Best thing about Death Driver is you don't really need any Ubers. Yeah, in general, like, rogues don't care that much about the mythics. Although the Shroud is usually pretty good. But yeah, Cow of the Nameless is a very good replacement for pretty much any rogue build. Instead of Perdition, for example. Shaco and the cooldown stuff is usually not really a thing. And Starless, I mean, most of the time you have decent alternatives and you don't care much about resources. Pit 77 the best pit to farm. No, but it's like pretty consistent, like 60, 70 second runs for me right now. And I get 8% glyph ups. Once all my glyphs are at 98, I'll go to 78, and then once they're 99, I'll go 79. And then I'm probably gonna stay on 79, because it's like a nice tier to farm. Or maybe I'll keep doing like 77 or something. Like here, like pretty consistently just like one tap everything, basically. The most important thing about farming the pit is going fast. You never really want to slow down by going up. So sometimes I notice on 79, yeah, I can do also 60-second runs, but sometimes, you know, a run is like 5 seconds longer because an elite didn't die or the boss doesn't get nuked properly or something. So we go down to 2 tiers, we go 5 seconds faster on average, and we get more out of it. Dumb, but at the pit. I guess so. Season 9 will be September 23 if nothing changes, so should we expect expansion 2 on Season 11 or 12? Considering we don't have an announcement, I don't think it's gonna be either of that. But I expect to hear about it on Gamescom. Oops. I am not allowed to talk about what's coming to Diablo 4. We're just allowed to say that we saw something. That's all they said, basically. So that's why you probably saw a lot of people like talk about it or tweet about it or something. They said, okay, you guys can say that you know something, but that's it. But I can say I'm in a pretty good mood. Which may or may not be related. I don't know anything about Gamescom, they have not said anything. So, I think it's likely we're gonna see something at Gamescom. Apparently there's also WoW announcements. And it's like kind of like a major event this year, I guess, that is still happening. And at some point they have to announce the fucking expansion, right? So, let's see. It is possible to meet me at Gamescom, yeah. I'll make a Gamescom channel on my Discord for people that go there and maybe wanna meet me or something. Probably gonna, you know, post some stuff there. I think if you don't believe me about being in a good mood, because I am very easily put in a good mood, I suppose, compared to other people. I don't know, just ask Rax maybe, if he's in a good mood. But I also need to spam teleport like this. I need a lot of like cooldown and evade cooldown and teleport enchant. The attacks reduce evade cooldown on the boots. You can get to the point where one ball lightning resets it. In my case I have a triple crit CDR Shaco with no GA. And perfect masterwork here and temper evade cooldown here, and offhand with a little bit of cooldown. Does Rax know? Everyone knows. Everyone. So, in terms of like creators and stuff. There were a lot of people. It also makes me believe that they're probably gonna start announcing stuff relatively soon, since they shared it with a lot of people about before like future. Oh, donkey. You need GA Shaco for cooldown? That is incorrect. Here guys, Copium, Silk Song. Oh boy. Is it confirmed? Thing about the game is that once you make a fast character like this, all of it's just gonna waste away. Yeah, it's true. I guess the biggest problem is that the meta is too fast, right? Like, speed is everything, and making a slower paced build that is more powerful is of no use. They need to like I also told us to devs, like they need to like change the scaling a little bit of the rewards in favor a slower meta a little bit more. You know, this also would just like make Pit more fun, I think. I think it's fine to have fast builds like this, but especially when it comes to like farming Pit, it should be more like Diablo 3 Great Rivers, where, you know, 3-minute runs out of meta, and you know, slower builds can exist and be equally successful. Like, the Pit is too much about speed and too little about going up. I think that needs to be changed a little bit. more in favor of going up, basically. Because, I mean, you can't make every build go fast like this, right? Like, because then the game just, like, stops being a game. Like, you know, 90% of the builds cannot do this unless you just somehow give them, like, you know, 5 times the AoE size and, like, you know, no setup, you know, you can't do combo points, you can't do something like cost tendrils, like, you know, if you just make everything about one-shotting the entire screen immediately, then there is, like, no game left, right? You haven't seen too much pulverize to it, is that fast too? You can definitely do like pretty consistent like 2-minute runs, I'd say, on pretty high tiers. Like all the way up to like probably 90 even. So yeah, pulverize goes at a decent pace. Two minutes is fine. Yeah, it's just like a general problem of like Sorc also just being like kind of too OP with teleport in late game, I guess. Once you get like the cooldown Shaco and these kind of things, it gets a bit too wild. Just in terms of mobility. Even, you know, regardless of build, you know, basically every single Sorc build is S tier speed farming, just because teleport exists. Reload the game, how many aspects are completely unused, how many uniques aren't useful. I think it's fine that there's good and bad uniques. You know, Mother's Embrace is not a bad item to get if you're like in Torment 1 or something like that. And it's fine that some of them are more late game and more early game or something. But I guess you could probably like, you know, adjust drop rates, you know, make Mother's Embrace more common, make a better ring less common or something like that, right? Or, you know, if you like kind of like stretch out the progression a bit more and you actually have like a realistic chance of getting a Mother's Embrace early on, and then you use that for a while until you get something better. I think that's okay, as long as there's a bit of a reason to use any item, at some point at least. Like some items exist that are just like plain useless, like, I don't know, Riffing Band of Trickery. Yeah, it does something special, but no one wants that, right? Or, I don't know, Mortar Crux is like not even functional, really, or something like that. So, there are some cases like that, but I mean, overall, you know, Mother's Embrace is not a terrible item if you don't have better options available yet. It's just that the progression is so fast that we kind of just like skip through something like Mother's Embrace and we don't really care about the item because, well, you go to Torment 1, you get a few boss mats, and then you get the ring you care about anyway, before you ever have a chance to even equip a Mother's Embrace, right? So I think that's more of like a bigger problem there. Like all the items for endgame builds are too available, and you don't really have like some kind of like, you know, steps on the way where you would consider running a shitty item like Mother's Embrace. Because we just skip all these middle steps and go straight from leveling to full gear, right? Pretty fast. You use Mother's Embrace and you pull through it from level 18 to 50 something. Yeah, exactly. If you get a Mother's Embrace at level 18, that's like a fucking pork drop, right? But later you just don't care and you solve your resources a different way and so on, right? It doesn't work on bosses and so on. So it's not a great item, but it does have a use in the very early game, and I think that's okay. It's just that the way that the progression is currently set up, it doesn't make much sense for an item like Mother's Embrace to exist, but the progression was changed a little bit. And the target farming of uniques was changed a little bit, or there were like, you know, more late game items and more early game items or something. It's fine to have like weaker uniques as well. And then like, you know, crazier uniques later on. I guess that's kind of the idea of mythics as well, right? It's just that mythics are too good and too much streamlining builds, and also still relatively available, so that, you know, like very often you just kind of like ignore normal uniques or other aspects or something you could put in their slot, and a lot of people just go straight to the mythics on like day 1 or day 2. And you know, this kind of like this crowds out a lot of the potential cool choices we could make. Next patch notes, you can only equip 2 mythic items. Yeah, I've actually been advocating for a 1 mythic limit for a while already. I think that would make build crafting a lot more interesting. And it would give a lot of more items and a lot more aspects and stuff, a better purpose in the game. I think mythic items are powerful enough to warrant such a limitation. And in fact, you could even make some of them even more powerful if you wanted. And really double down on like what's the purpose of that mythic. And then it's like a really insane upgrade to a character, but you can only choose one of them. And then everything else you have to like, you know, be a bit more creative. Because right now it's just like, you know, every fucking build is like a Perdition or a Shaco and a Shroud and a Starless and, you know, Grandfather on the Barb or something. And, you know, like in the end you just have like, you know, 3-4 purple items that it's like the same items in everything, in every single build. And I think that's just not really exciting. And this also kind of like cuts back on like the journey of like making an alt or something, right? Like I make an alt, you know, and like an hour after, not even that, maybe sometimes immediately, like after I hit level 60, I make my Paragon board, I equip a few mythics, and I just unlock Torment 4, you know, and then I'm in Torment 4, you know? Because these mythics are just so generic and I just throw them in every build, and, you know, when I have them lying around, every single alt is just like in Torment 4 by default, and it's like, okay, like, I don't have to really do much, right? Like half my gear is already there on every build. It's kind of weird. I saw a mythic unique cap, that's why I'm happy. I keep telling them about it, I'm not sure if they're gonna do that. But I think it would be better for the game. But yeah, in general, maybe they're gonna just like rework mythics or rework uniques or something anyway, so who knows. But I think, you know, it's like a separate class of items, and it would probably make some sense to change something here. There should be a higher opportunity cost, remove armor and res from mythics. That could also be a solution. Yeah, we got an upgrade. A very tiny upgrade on our Serpentine. It's at 1.3 now. Wow. No way they put mythic unique cap, cuts down on player hours. I mean, you can tweak that in many other ways. You can make mythics more rare, if you want. You can finally fix duping. Like, you know, there's many ways to keep players engaged. And in fact, I think it will probably up player hours, because the progression, you know, if you like draw it out a little bit more, but then have like this one item to work towards or something, it could be more interesting for people. Instead of just like killing a fucking 1,000 Belials and then uninstalling. Because it's boring as fuck. Thank you, Ninja, for Prime. How about add unique craft mechanics to mythics outside of masterworking? That could also be something. But more importantly, I don't want like every fucking build to have the same 3-4 items slotted in, you know. Every build, man. And then there's also like certain class uniques, right? Like every fucking Sorc has a Tarasha ring. You know. This kind of stuff. I think that's just like, you know, too streamlined and like too like too much the same stuff everywhere. .99% of the player base isn't killing 1000 Belials. Have you ever read Reddit, like ever? I do want to read Reddit though. I mean, I understand there's a lot of people that are not engaging in, like, you know, duping and trading and all that kind of stuff, and like the whole like softcore economy. And of course, obviously, there are a lot of people that do not kill 1000 Belials. But on the other hand, I think they need to kind of like converge the experience between the players that do that and the players that don't, right? And if you fix duping, then you can suddenly fix other things in the game as well. You know, you can up drop rates of items a lot. Like if there's no duping of Belial mods, then it can make bosses just drop better stuff and mythics more often and all that stuff, right? So people actually get their items. But now they can't really do that, right? They can't really make bosses a lot more rewarding than they are because, well, then it's really nothing to do for the people that, you know, benefit from the duping and all that. But if you actually, like, you know, have like a more reasonable economy and like a kind of a game progression, you know, layout, basically, like, you know, similar to how I'm playing the game, you know, SSF, farming their own boss mods, getting their own mythics, getting their own uniques and so on. Like, you can change the system to be like more in favor of the players that don't currently trade and, you know, use duped mods and so on. And I think that would, in the end, just benefit everyone. Make Husk account down. I mean, there's like for and against for like making boss mods untradeable. Personally, I wouldn't mind if like boss mods are like just like materials right here. Like first of all, it removes the clutter from the inventory, which is nice, and then you fix the entire duping and stuff as well in one go. But on the other hand, you know, it's like you also have like target farmable drops when you do those bosses. So, you know, maybe you don't want the items that drop from the other boss, so you're gonna sell those and you buy mods of the other boss. So, you know, kind of the system of being able to trade the boss mods does make some sense as well. And it gives like farming strategies, right? If someone really loves Helltide, but they don't need Grigor and Seer, then yeah, just like sell the boss mods, buy other boss mods, so they can farm Helltide anyway and enjoy that content, and then, you know, buy the Bashan mods or whatever you care about and get that, right? So there's like a reason to keep stuff tradable and open up farming strategies and so on. It's just that the duping overshadows all of that, and so there is no farming strategies, right? People just buy infinite amount of husks for nothing and go. The best build for grinding the Paragon 300? Probably, actually. I mean, Evade is like really close to this, I would say. And Evade is also much easier to get going compared to this. So I think if you start a season again right now, and then you have one guy on Hydra Sorc and one guy on Evade, racing to 300, I think Evade would win, because Evade just needs less to go at a similar pace. Like Hydra Sorc, you have to grind up, you know, Giga Gear basically, including the Shaco and so on. And you don't need that on evade. Although you want the Shaco later and so on, but you can just skip the, you know, item grind or shortcut it a lot. I don't know, Sorc you can't. But once the Sorc is decked out, I guess Sorc wins by a little bit. All 3 Mythics need to switch to Ball Lightning. Shroud is not needed. Others shouldn't be needed. Yeah, I mean Shaco is pretty important, I'd say. I mean technically you can just do like a 2-to-1 cycle with evade and with Ball Lightning and teleport. If you don't have the Shaco, I guess you can just play this from early on, but I haven't tried. I kind of just like progressed, basically, with the Inferno version and a bit slower pace. And then I switched to this once I had the cooldown fully set up to go 1-1 cycle. Did they nerf anything for the season in the latest patch? The patch is tomorrow and they're only buffing. Why Paragon 300, there's no need for it. Well, it's free real estate. Some people just like to complete their characters, no? I mean, it is a grind you can do. And it does give you a bit of power. So why not? Rogue buffs. And they're buffing Flurry a little bit. So that's nice. Flurry was a little bit behind the others. Flurry is like pretty insane now for progression as well. Because you get to level 60, you equip a Death Mask from Beast and you start blasting. You have a helm that's like twice as good as Perdition. Seems legit. Do mist runes get sent to your stash? The legendary ones, yeah.
on your return.
Well, hello. Battery below shining beauty. Not a bad pull, that. All finished, are you?
We see Whirlwind Hoda come back after the patch. Whirlwind Hoda, huh? I'm not sure if there's a big reason to do like the Whirlwind Hoda stuff. I think back in the day this was largely for like the resources, for the weapon swapping resources and so on, but I mean resources is not an issue in 25. So I don't think we're gonna see Whirlwind Hoda necessarily, but you can ask Miko. I know he's been playing a lot of Hoda, sorry, not Hoda, Whirlwind. I think Snail wants to build out a Hoda for after the patch. I mean, the buffs are relatively inconsequential, but for people that really want to play those builds, you're gonna feel them a bit. But they're not really like, you know, suddenly lifting up Hoda from, I don't know where we have it, like C tier or something. Even though it's like a 50% DPS buff or something, it's a pretty large buff, but yeah, not enough to really like make it a good build suddenly or something. That needs to be more done, I guess, next season. Like we're gonna do some pass on that. We're buffs to Blood Surge. Yeah. I wish Blood Surge wasn't so dependent on like overpowering. It makes it feel clunky. What is this character? I don't know, 12 hours. I got almost all my glyphs now at 100. Gonna be like a few more hours and I have them all at 100. We have like 98, 98, 95, 90, 90, I think. I think about endless dungeon with leaderboard. I mean, it depends on what this endless dungeon is supposed to be. I would like some sort of like roguelike mode. You know, like Hades style kind of feature. That'll be cool. And yeah, I can attach a leaderboard to that, because that's fun. But I guess it wouldn't be endless, you know. There would be like some certain, you know, final boss or whatever. Weapon gems are probably just like emeralds, okay. Why farm pit 77? It's like pretty consistent, 60-70 seconds. And I get 8% glyph ups. Also on Flash Runner with Polarize. Polarize login. 12 hours, so that's much progress on the character as well. It kind of helps when you have 270 paragons and all the mythics lying around.
My hammer sings on your return.
Yeah, we moved Flashwinder up a bit. It's like a very strong pushing build. But I don't think I'll like the playstyle that much. I haven't played it. Maybe I would like it. I don't know. But I don't really want to do it. Pura is super fun. Flashwinder is also like kind of like gearing heavy. Chain Lightning is bugged, something with Azure Wrath. What's bugged there? TP on Barb is against over more often. No, it's also to actually teleport more. You can do evade, teleport, evade, and not, you know, ball lightning, evade, ball lightning, evade, ball lightning, evade. So you occasionally have like this triple teleport all in a row. They go really fast. Let's pity the farm for XP. Whatever you can do without slowing down at all. So 60 to 90-second runs. One shot everything. Yeah, I don't care about the flame shield very much, I just don't really have anything else to put on the bar. And it's like a backup, I guess. But I mean, here for speed farming, we're never in danger. But it's good to just kind of go into their bosses and then press flame shields, whatever. Or like sometimes the pit shadows spawn on the boss.
What's left, you ask? Hello? Hello, bastard. Shame that. All finished, are you?
Feels weird to play ball lightning Hydra. Yeah, it's like you have to hold down ball lightning all the time, and then you have to tap the Hydra to spawn it instead of like just kind of like face rolling Hydra everywhere. So it's a bit different, right? But you get used to it. And you actually like, you know, at this point actually I kind of enjoy how I like more consciously place the Hydras in like the elite packs and stuff, and then just kind of teleport away and let them do their thing. And I know, okay, like the Hydras will deal with this, right? I have like exactly the right damage now for this tier that the Hydras will just like blast down any pack in like 2 seconds. The only thing I have to be aware about is suppressors. So I have to deal with those. And like teleport in the bubble. But outside of that, yeah, it's pretty good. Safe. Andy is the hardest boss in the game, so no. Oh, okay, I guess Lilith's the hardest, but in terms of lair bossing, Andy is definitely the most dangerous. So you better know what you're doing, or bump it down. Anyway, to use lightning seasonal nimbus to disable suppressors. We're going way too fast to benefit from any of this stuff. Harbinger is easier than on Andy. The only thing you have to dodge on Harbinger is the jump. That's relatively easy to dodge. But I guess it does hurt more than stuff on Andariel, so it's easier to die one shot to Harbinger because of the jump. Like on Andariel, you can get to the point where you just walk through the rotating fire beam and these kind of things. But on Harbinger, it's very hard to get to the point where you just survive the jump, at least on T4. And then the only other thing on Andy is like the Mega Beam. And that one can also bug out when you kill her in the moment when it starts rotating. There's a visual glitch and it goes off after she's dead. So either you wait it out whenever it starts and don't kill her, or you get good and predict where it rotates to, and then don't stand there. But yeah, like last season I lost my Sorc to that bug, because I wasn't really aware. Now I know how it works at least. It's like surviving the Mega Beam on Andariel is tough, even on tier 3 I think. It probably does even more damage than a Harbinger jump, but I'm not sure how much. Ice Armor reduces the cooldown when you spend mana. And we spend a lot.
What's still got some good in it? Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
When you die in a pit boss fight and no one revives me at the end of the fight, you don't get experience for passing the pit. Is that normal? Yeah, I mean you can't level up while you're dead. So how do you expect to get XP? Just don't die. I mean, if you're farming experience, then you shouldn't die anyway because you're farming. So you should farm, you know, at a tier where it's easy and safe. And when you're pushing and you die or something, and then you're dead at the end of the boss fight, I mean, who cares? Cool if they ended a setting to enable loot for all classes to drop. I think that should just make some, you know, like maybe 5% or something, you know, non-smart loot. A very tiny number that doesn't really hurt. But occasionally you might find like some, you know, big drop and then you're like, oh, I'll make that other class now, right? I think that's not a terrible idea. In the 3 they had, I think, 15% non-smart loot, which was a bit much. But, you know, a small number, like 5%. Occasionally you will get something big. That maybe entice you to make something else. Yeah, the 3 had 15% non-smart loot. 85 smart loot. And D4 has 100% smart loot. So I think it would be nice to have a very small number, like 5% random or other class stuff. Just to occasionally like nudge, you know, oh, maybe you want to play that other class now since you just got this insane 4GA unique or whatever. You know. 5% tax on my loot. You're ranting, Gaboon. I thought it was a question about the horonic power I'm using. have the Waller Break, the Barrier Break, Reactive Ooze, and Unstoppable. And the anomalies on Unstable. You press Unstable every 10 seconds, so you have a 10-second timer on Reactive Ooze, that kind of checks out. Duels are attack speed, summons, and 20% elemental. To level the glyphs to 100 on 8% rolls because it's a hardcore and safer. There's not really a chance of dying on this build, I think. But it is, most importantly, not much slower to do 8% runs at this pace compared to, you know, like 12-minute pushes or something like that. And, you know, I stay efficient with like my gear income, my obels, my paragons, and so on. Where a push is just kind of like giving me nothing but glyph levels. And, you know, I'm planning to play this build for a while anyway. I'm gonna get my glyphs to 100 in a few hours anyway, so there's no reason to really do a struggle bus push and get the glyphs to 100. Okay, on this build it's not much of a struggle, I suppose. It's so strong, but you know, if you really care about getting glyphs to 100 fast, yeah, I would do some pushing. But I don't care enough, you know, it's just like a little power growth that I just get passively now while grinding other stuff, and you know, at some point I will have my glyphs 100, that's it. You're working for me. The evade cooldown is reset from the boots. That's it. The runes I have are Seer Vex and Neo Full. I use the anomaly catalyst, but it doesn't really matter much. Nerf the crown stance damage or not? No. They made Claw stronger and kept Storm Strike the same. Explain this build to me. Okay, hold down Ball Lightning to trigger Lightning Spears and Familiars for primordial bindings via Unstable Currents, and reset your evade cooldown, which is on the teleport enchant, so you can teleport a lot. Then, whenever your mana is full, you teleport to the next pack, put a Hydra, and the rest is face roll. Any Khazars is okay. Yeah, but I use the anomalies because they count as summons, so you start the run with some extra, like, from your binding stacks. But realistically, it doesn't really matter. Because you get the lightning spears out really fast, and you get to 10 pretty easily. And I only ever have like 1 or 2 of the anomalies out anyway, since I press unstable every 10 seconds. I bought some Rogue. Yeah, Rogue has been super fun this season, and I have plenty of good builds, which is nice. Great variety. The fastest way to reach Paragraph 300 is do what I do. With this build.
Basilisk ghost. Hello. Not a bad pull, that. Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
See some steel you need?
Levels are dangerous on hardcore. I mean, all of them have some sort of like one-shots or close to that at least if you're not very tanky. Technically, you can survive everything but the Belial Breath, I believe. I've not ever seen anyone survive the Belial Breath, but maybe it's possible. I haven't tried. It's also easy to avoid though. But yeah, the most dangerous attacks are the Harbinger Jump and the Andariel like rotating Fire Beam and the Mega Beam. Andariel is generally a very difficult fight. Most other bosses are fine, I'd say. Yeah, Harbinger is something you want to be careful with for sure. For hardcore, I generally just do Andariel onto 3 and Harbinger onto 3, unless you have like a really tanky build. Also, Andariel has a bug, where when you kill her, while the Mega Beam is rotating, it will bug out, and then it still goes off after she's dead, and you don't see where, so that can easily kill you. And that would be more manageable if she wouldn't stop at 1% life and start her rotation again. Yeah, if you don't nuke her down too fast, you can skip one of the statue phases. You only have to do it twice and not 3 times. For that you have to like not instantly nuke her down when she comes out of the first one. Just let her go into the second one, and when she comes out of the second, you can kill her. You have like a 2 seconds window or something to kill her. And like this you can skip the third one. But I mean, there's like plenty of other like very dangerous mechanics on all the bosses. Like Adurio, the spikes on the ground, they can basically one-tap you if they catch you, but they're easy to avoid at least. Varshan, when he does the dance phases, that can easily one-tap you if you're not tanky. Grimoire, the lightning beams can easily one-tap you. And the ground tiles. So if the fight is like drawn out a bit. The wolves on Harbinger can be dangerous, but if they're dangerous to you, then you're just undergeared as fuck anyway, I guess. On a tanky build, they don't really hurt you. Yeah, Andariel, like, everything is fucking dangerous. Seer, the Hug, is very dangerous. You wanna avoid that. And Beast, I'm not sure about Beast actually, they nerfed Beast. I think Beast is not that dangerous anymore. But if you get blown into the storm, you might die pretty fast. Although I haven't really tested that. But back in the day, that killed people pretty fast at least. And otherwise, I think the, you know, when he does the circles and the lines, Beast is maybe dangerous. But I think it's not that bad anymore on Beast. It's probably like one of the easier ones. He used to just like one-shot everyone, but I think that was a bug. I'd like to know when we are getting more stash space beyond one additional in expansion. Holy. You really think we're gonna get one additional in the expansion? Copium shipment. Coming to the 4. I think sets is a pretty bad idea. If they are anything like typical equipment, like the freestyle sets. Uriva can, yeah, Uriva also has he has like these lightning beams that come from the spears towards him. And if you stand in the line between those and the boss, you will probably get one tapped. For the event. Yeah, I need to make like channel and like rule finalized and stuff. Wait to add premium tabs like PoE, but with 10% of the functionality. Oh boy. Yeah, I think like in D4 they're like pretty against selling stash tabs though. So I don't really expect that to happen. They don't need tabs affinity because there aren't enough tabs to get lost in. I think tabs affinity would make a lot of sense, to be honest. You know, I just wanna like open the chest and then like, you know, I put all my runes, I put all my boss mats, and then it just, you know, okay, this is the boss mat tab, this is the rune tab. Make a fucking rune tab to begin with, right? And so on. I need 59% evade cooldown. Jetix. Just keep making mules. Yeah, I mean, if you had something like double the amount of stash, I think that would already solve most of the pain points. You know, then you could make like, you know, one tap for your rings, one tap for your amulets, and one tap for your runes, and whatever, right? And maybe even have like, you know, like one tap only for like the Barb stuff, one tap for the Druid stuff, and whatever. Like 10 tabs or something, 12 tabs. I think that would all kind of be fine. But it's still kind of clunky, like, you know, for example, if I keep throwing like boss mats into my stash, like at this point I have an entire mule full of boss mats, right? Because they barely stack as well, it only goes to 99. Like that's like 8 summons, you know? 99 mats. Wow, you know? And I have to do like hundreds of bosses. And I have to hoard so many mats, and then I do a session, and yeah. At least make like all the stackable stuff stack way higher, for example. What is that noise? Oh, these are the crickets outside, actually. You might hear them sometimes. Is that annoying? I think there's whatever double or triple husk drops, so you don't have to get ripped off on the Diablo trade. I mean, they just did that, actually. We get a lot more husks this season than last season. You get a pretty decent amount of husks, to be honest. I think it's alright. You know, husks are very valuable as well. Like, Belial has a really good loot. Somehow I spawned a ball here, well. Thanks to Agent Stack High, we just get more dude mats, stacks of 1000. Yeah, I mean, at this point, doesn't matter. Like, people that want to run infinite Belials, just run infinite Belials. And the end, right? I said Ani Dorian Harbinger drop 4 husks, was it in patch notes? No. I mean, you always do like some kind of like behind the scenes changes on like, you know, drop and whatever, right? So they don't always put that in the patch notes. But yeah, it was definitely nice to see that they upped the spawn rate and the husk drops. I think they might have mentioned something about the husk drops being higher now or something, but either way, it's good. And we don't even have the season blessing from last time, where we get the 80% extra Belials. And I think they just like upped the base rate to be pretty similar to last time, but now you also just get more per kill. And I definitely do noticeably more Belials this season than last season. Like last season I killed maybe 50 Belials or something. And this season I've already done at least 100, 120 or something. And you get double the husks from the middle tier there bosses. And T4 you get 4 consistently. That's 2 Belial summons every time he pops up. This is GR77. You're new to Diablo 3, so highest reach is greater than 82. Nice. But this is not Diablo 3 actually. They confirmed that Millstone goes to cap 2. Well, it is cap 1 right now and they are changing it, so there's not many other caps it can go to. But it's Blizzard, so flip a coin. I just updated my builds already to assume cap 2. Like Blizzard is in on the dupes, man. This is how they actually pay their devs. Because who's buying anything in this game, right? The shop, everything's overpriced, why would anyone spend money on this? But people do spend money on gold and dupe belial mats. Dude, what if Blizzard at some point comes out and says, we heard you guys, we did the market research, and we understand you guys want, you know, in-game items in the store, right? So here you go. 1 stack of belial mats at $2.99. Get it now. 4JA Shaco, $29.99. We listened. Top up your optus site, 100k, $5.99.
All finished, are you?
Guild the lead dev now. Glyph upgrades that fail now reduce the glyph level by 1 so the endgame is deeper. Holy man. But for the small price of $7.99 you can get 100 empowered pitstones that not only don't reduce your glyph levels, but they give you double the upgrades. Dude, plus 800% value. You're basically earning money. You can put it on sale too sometimes. Imagine if you add corruption and can proof your items. You will hear the relic cries from Mars. I don't know. I still think it would be a very good idea to add breaking of items. Because we get to, you know, like late game. This would be like exclusively late game stuff, right? Like Torment 4 only. You know, like make it a requirement to play Torment 4 to even get it, right? But I think it would make sense to have something like that, so we can actually do something with all of these like thousands of copies of, you know, half decent items that we get. Instead of just salvaging them, it's kind of, you know, bland. And you could do some very fun stuff with that. Gamba, man. Like, that's a good type of Gamba, you know? Corruption, Wild Orbs, and so on. What about not repairable items, -10 durability per death? Never break your items with this one simple trick. Softcore players hate it. Well, at least you tried, Amars. Maybe if you guys work together, you can overcome the tier 3 unlock. Which background what is better for the Sorc, Bridget, or Crackle? Well, the Crackle only works if you play this ball lightning version here. Else you don't have Crackle. So this is why it's there. And there's like one version without the lightning stuff that has the Frigid Fate board. And then there's the ball lightning stuff with the other board. The best way besides campaign to run Nightmare Dungeons for leveling? And Nightmare Dungeons are pretty good, especially if you're twinking and you have Forgotten Wisdom dungeons. They're pretty good. Actually, I should do like a leveling run and see like how long it actually takes to get an alt to 60 with just Forgotten Wisdom dungeons. Otherwise, Helltide is fine too. Undercity, if you have the XP tribute, is good. Fixing outside farming spot tomorrow? Yes. You can finally pick out the blood relic, guys. Mr. 47, thank you for the prime. How about an item of Crapify where you can modify other players' items, make random strangers suffer, steal their armor roll, break their weapon, people hate other players with better gear. Holy man. You don't want to pick up the blood relic. Well, then don't. Hey, do you even get like the season rep track? If you have to do that quest, right? This is the quest to unlock the season rep, I think. You kind of want to pick up the blood relic, I guess. How do you organize the stash? Well, the first tab for me is all of the boss mods and consumables. The last tab is all the runes. And in between it's like a mix of, you know, stash for random drops that I keep for later, and ready build items, you know, sorted class by class or something that I already made for builds that I plan to play or have played. Now, stash space is definitely an issue.
That's the spirit. Hello, shine. Not a bad shame. Hello, Vassal's ghost. I had that in my bag.
Or to compare Hydra to Bloodwave. Probably 1,000 times more fun and faster. But power is pretty comparable, I think. Lightning Strike does need some items to really get online. There's a lot of uniques, especially Pain Gorgers and Shaun of Marathil. And then Armalani is also kind of important. But, I mean, if you have like a Moni and a Tech Rune, you can level up easily on a Barb. Get these items in like T1 or T2 and you're gonna start blasting, I guess. We've chosen not to play Sorc. And what's the issue? I mean, I just made a Sorc yesterday. I've been playing 2 weeks of a lot of other stuff. I haven't played a season and don't know how leveling is. Exclamation mark leveling gives you like the general strat. Otherwise, check the Maxroll leveling guides for the builds.
What's left you are? Yeah, have a wee gamble. Hello? Bastard. Hello, shining beauty.
We do have a plan for this build. Good luck with the last one, Sheeple. I think I'm gonna make this number 3 instead of number 2, so it opens to the speed farm variant, exactly. Health signals can carry over to another character, but it's not consistent. Unless you park the other character in the health height already at the start. I think then it's guaranteed, but otherwise it sometimes doesn't. So leveling will merge into this one. We have a Hydra leveling guide on Maxroll as well. So you can start there, I guess. Although Hydra like, leveling on Sorc is a bit different. I guess it's usually like very shocking impact based. So you usually use like lightning familiars and stun everything. And then shocking impact kills everything. That's kind of how Sorc leveling works. No pity. How's it feel compared to Inferno? Yeah, it's definitely faster. They go pretty fast, yeah. I think Inferno is probably the better variant to, like, you know, progress and stuff, but once you have, like, everything, this goes pretty ham, yeah. It doesn't do much. I mean, it's like instant vulnerable application, 50% damage buff, pulls them. So if you don't like one-shot everything, then Inferno's pretty good, I think. Also gives you like just more survivability, more utility, I feel. You can play without DLC, but it's gonna be a bit scuffed and you're gonna be weaker. I'm not moving really, it's just teleport.
See some steel you need.
Oh, Vasili's ghost. I had that in my bag.
My hammer sings on your return.
How's my evade Spiritborn? Evades, my evade Spiritborn is almost exactly the same as this, I'd say, in terms of power right now. And speed. But I think my Sorc is probably a bit more min-maxed than my evade. But I evade, just you kill everything in T4 instantly. Thanks, Dragonteer. Use one-handed in the build guides. This is so you have extra cooldown from the offhand. Less damage, but the cooldown helps with the perma teleport. Unless you have a GA cooldown Shaco, then you can also go stuff again, I guess. I think if you have a GA cooldown, triple masterwork Shaco, and then a perfect triple masterwork pair of boots, you're fine with the stuff. One bonus a unique effect on Razor Blade. I still need to double check if it works. I think it works on Balazan though, so I guess that's a perfect roll is a 20% DPS buff basically. But I need to confirm. I can do that later maybe. Take those default shrines. Gives 100% crit to the lightning spear, so I get more vulnerable. No, Stormsword does not make up for the loss. Serpentine aspect is large, so you want to have a staff. But I get somewhat close. I didn't do the exact math. But you get somewhat close with the offhand, and then you get the cooldown. But you also have to, like, you know, masterwork again, orange Hydra heads. And on 2 items this time. And then you still want the stuff for the Giga DPS, so you have to have a 3rd item with the orange Hydra heads. So that's kinda rough. If you care about, like, the higher tiers. Your GA cooldown Shaco went to 39. You can reset masterworking. And getting a double hit on a unique is not very hard. Now Druid is definitely stronger. But making the cooldown work is much harder. Like, I would probably play with stuff if I had a GA cooldown on the Shaco. Might be running Warglass to push. It's 100% damage buff when you spam ice shots. Since you have a lot of downtime waiting for the Hydras to attack and stuff, you just like do ice shots to keep up the status, and then the Warglass buff. Plus it has a bunch of cooldown and it has lots of int. So it's better than Perdition basically, in terms of DPS if you keep it up. So it's just the most DPS, and you don't care about cooldown that much while doing the push. Just go with Inferno, you only have to cast it once every so often, you don't care about that perma teleport. And I think you use like a second rune to reset Inferno, so you can just cast that every like few seconds. Then you're chilling. Or maybe you don't even use second rune, maybe Orange Herald is just enough. Ice Shots has decent lucky hit, I suppose. Wall lighting instead of chain lighting. Better crackle generation and faster, and also gives you an attack speed buff. Chain lighting doesn't give you anything besides less crackle. Time to go with 78.
What's left, you ask?
You need to triple crit on a Shaco and boost with the staff. I mean, you have greater affix cooldown on Shaco, so you have more cooldown than me on your Shaco. You have 49, I have 44, so that's already pretty big. But yeah, I don't have the offhand, so I think then you're still missing a little bit. Go offhand, it's gonna be fine. Or you get a better pair of boots. Then you're probably fine as well. I'm not sure if the last crit on a Shaco is required. When I get to the point where teleport enchant is like 1.7. City's bindings is not a thing anymore. The only reason why that was used with Lightning Spear was because the masterworking was bugged and it gave you way more ranks on the primordial. You heard the weapon speed difference of one-hander actually really matters for Hydra attack speed? Could be. They work in mysterious ways. I'm not really exactly sure what attack speed does on this skill. There might be some breakpoints and stuff where you can, like, you know, maybe hit exactly the right breakpoint or something. But I don't know. Yeah, I tried attack speed briefly on a PDR, and I just realized that, okay, attack speed is like kind of like a odd stat, but I was not really in the mood to do like all the testing on that, so maybe someone has done that. And we have like exact attack speed breakpoints now and stuff, but my conclusion was just attack speed is relatively low value. It doesn't really seem to help the Hydras that much, and okay, you get a little bit from Starless and a little bit from Unstable, and it does give them a bit more attacks, but not really the full value, it seems. So that's what I concluded. So, for example, I didn't even put like attack speed on my glove now, I just have like int life. Wait. It is Blitzu.
What's left, you are?
That's the spirit. Give it a go. Hello? Vassal's ghost. I had that in my bag.
Attack speed can affect the initial attack speed when spawned. Well, no, Pyromancy attack speed speeds up the cast animation, but not the attacks of the Hydras. And normal attack speed works for both. It does give them more attacks, but it doesn't give them more attacks at the same rate that other skills get more attacks. But yeah, again, like I don't really know if there's like breakpoints or something. I just figured attack speed is relatively a whatever stat. So I tried like various like attack speed values and couldn't really notice a massive upgrade. But on the other hand, like the base of the weapon you're using could make a difference. Can TP faster? Yeah, that is true. If it's hard to get a mythic item for your build. Well, if you farm pits, you get plenty of fight attributes. And you run those, and then you do bosses. Yeah, boy. Ah, sorry, the cool glasses are broken right now, guys. Need to at some point. I guess I need to disable that thing and then wait for new ones. And give back the redeemed points. And did 114 with Shaco. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's not like such a massive difference between Shaco and Velglass or Perdition. So we're probably talking about like, you know, 1 or 2 or maybe 3 pit tiers maximum. But yeah, obviously the Hail of Velglass stuff is like a lot more try hard to play. Okay, plan B, I guess. Softcore builds are so wild on squishiness. I don't know, it's kind of hard to make a Sorc squishy, I feel. Sorcs have so much built-in defense, it's insane. Perdition go on Hydra Sorc if we don't have the Shaco. Yeah, air is a good alternative as well, but yeah, obviously you want the cooldown. You never spec for every class in SD after the patch. Tier list is already updated and there is, I guess, no Rogue and no Barb in S. But the rest are there. We did raise the bar a little bit as well for some of the tiers. Since we have like new pit numbers now and we kind of know where the pits land. Because it's grinding. My last class for the season. That's my 5th class. There is Necromancer left. But I'm not sure if I care enough about Necromancer right now.
Better than starting from nothing.
Hello, shining shape.
Not a bad tool, that.
Any world bosses? I haven't done any world bosses today. My evade binder space. Am I planning on visiting other class builds? Yeah, I still have Earthspike, Stormclaw, Payback. Maybe a bunch of other stuff I want to do. And I definitely want to do more like Balazan stuff as well. I want to maybe push like 115 or something like that. Maybe higher, we'll see. Probably want to get a new Starless again though that has GA attack speed, that would be nice. Need more Gamba. And Gamba is dangerous, man. Bloodwave is rightfully S tier, but it's the most boring build in the game. Some people really like it, but yeah, personally I'm also not such a fan of Bloodwave. I played it in Season 7 and did it at 150. But yeah, it wasn't really so enjoyable. And now it's like also clunkier with the cooldowns and stuff. So, oof. Kappa is dangerous only for the losers. It's also dangerous for me because it produces very cucumber-rich viewers. He went Andy puncture back. Yeah, that's hopeless right now. You're playing with Jarun, Donkey? me in a Blood Wave. I could imagine maybe I can make it decently fast on Necro. Like, if you can include a Jar Rune, Necro also feels like decent, but it's also like a bunch of mechanics on Necro are just like slow paced, like the Colt's 10 rules, and you know, you have to collect all the Blood Orbs on Blood Wave and like stuff like that. Like, even if you can move fast, it does not really guarantee that you clear fast. What's there? About 50 stacks of husks on one Druid and Kawashad. Yeah, I guess this guy is just a gamer. Somehow he killed a lot of Belials with his level 1 Druid. But I wish you good luck with your 2,500 Belial kills. Enjoy. One Druid, strongest build in the game, just ask Rax. How do you do that, Kirita? Might be a mule, that's why he's selling it on the one Druid. The thing is, you cannot carry 50 stacks in your inventory, so he took it from the stash. Or at least some of them. So that being a mule is relatively unlikely. It's just a throwaway account that they expect to get banned any moment, and that's it. The upcoming buff to media can compete with S tier builds this season. We already updated the tier list. And I think Meteor remains in A. So that's pretty good. I've been playing for 10 hours a day for days and my Paragon gets on 271 to 276. Well, the reason for that is because your Paragon only moves if you speed on the pit like this. Like right now I farm one Paragon per 2 hours maybe? Maybe per 1.5 hours. So it moves relatively fast right now. But if you don't do pit, a Paragon doesn't move basically. So, you know, if you do 9 dungeons, if you level characters, or you do bosses and so on, like, you know, nothing really gives you XP there. So, it's just pit, where you really farm Gaunts. So yeah, if you wanna like turbo farm Paragons, you go here. But, you know, I don't do that since I have to grind a lot of other stuff. But now if I, for example, want to go to 300 Paragon, from here it would be like maybe a 50-hour grind of roughly this pace. And then it will be 300. Deliver an ult, you wanna either get carried in a pit or use Whisper Caches. If not trading, but if finding it hard to do anything about gold, what's the best way? Lair bosses and vendor non-ancestral uniques. Uber version of Druid, etc. aren't a thing post Season 8. And they haven't been a thing since the difficulty rework in expansions. Or rather, they made all the bosses into Uber versions by default. They are the tormented versions. And the Stygian Stone has become just like a kind of like a Joker boss mod. Which means effectively more Duriels. Because they have the same loot table, but Duriel is the easiest out of those three. Put this in the description, Omar. The infinite evade is evade, cooldown, temper on the boots, and cooldown Shaku, and cooldown on the upland. It would be nice if they allowed us to do like something like the old Stygian Stones again. I think that was pretty cool. Like one of the first things in the description, Omar, it's called Hydra. Sure, Omar. Maybe you have to like select the drop down for the speed setup. What are you doing? I'm not sure if I'm gonna go for 300 Paragon. Quite a lot of pit grind, but who knows. Since I'm slowly finishing trying new builds, I could just grind it out. Play this for a few days, play wait for a few days. And I don't know, something like that. Maybe a bit more Heartseeker and stuff. Maybe I would do Penshot, but my Penshot is dead. But I guess I could build it again pretty easily. Should I go Shaco first on hardcore? I should do that regardless.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Shame that. Hello.
Penshot is my favorite so far.
Greetings. What's left, you ask?
Oh, Vasily's ghost.
So weak. I don't think Penshot feels weak at all. Like, even on Penshot I can farm like mid-70s. Sub 2 minutes pretty reliably. Like, even Heartseeker I do that actually, which is worse than Penshot. I think Penshot is pretty good. If you're Spiritborn, it can, otherwise no, Assassination. Yeah, it seems like Norway doesn't have this ball lightning variant in the Maxroll guide. But I'll ask him, maybe he should do something like that. Speed bombing. It seems faster. Now the Calvin Jeweler and the Tree of Whispers in Season 9. Are you talking about the Season 7 theme? That doesn't exist anymore. I should tell your buddy to read the memo. That's its expansion now, and armor works very differently here. Cap is at 1000, there's no more monster levels. There's still OP builds that haven't been discovered. Only like bugged stuff. I mean, bugs can always come out of nowhere. So, let's see. Triple amulet. Wow. Pinshot remedy. Do you have like a hit to restore mana? I do, yes. And I have reactive ooze. A way to check how much crit you have on Hydra. I can't really see a tilted for it or so. But again, Searing Heat 40, Hydra 20, and 15. Sorry, Asus 40, Searing Heat 15, Hydra 20. So you get 75 for free basically. You need 25 sheet, which you just have by default pretty much with a starters. And otherwise it's like maybe a roll. Which helm do I have in the planner for the Ancestor variant? Need to check actually. I wouldn't play Warglass though. Like Warglass is really for pushing only, I would say. Unless you wanna deal with that, I just have a normal helm here. You put resource, cooldown. It's just nice. And you don't have to worry about the ice shot stuff. Six mana per second and life. Here, this is exactly the helm I have. The planner.
What is it, Well?
Oh, well, hello, shining beauty.
We don't have Vessel of Hatred, how much damage it is on Hydra. On this build it's relatively minor actually, I would say. There's other builds where you lose a lot more. Wait, maybe I'm gonna make a Barrage Bursting Venom's Poison Trap build. Actually. If I feel bored, I might do that. Question is, do we throw in an Azarath just because? Maybe actually. Not how it works, easy. You already have like 300 mana, so adding like 21 max resources is like a 7% increase, not a 60%.
What's still got some good in it?
You can use air perdition, yeah, but you can't go as fast as the teleports. What do you got right now, Enquiries? Well, the best way is to go do that again, no Russia. Can I explain like on 5 the difference between the 4 Balazan builds? Okay, so Thresh, good starter, doesn't care about resource management. You trigger Quacks reliably every, X attacks, thanks to the Moni rune. But doesn't have like the same high-end potential. Rake, very comfy with the cooldowns, but triggers the Jaguar Hull less often. It's like the overall kind of like winner Riddle. Very good on just bossing and like single target, thanks to many hits for the Jaguar Hull procs, but doesn't reduce the cooldowns as easily as Thresh or especially Rake do. And Crushing Hand, very tanky for Balazan standards, because they're all kinda squishy. Plus you can save a rune setup to not run Bulwark, since Crushing Hand has barrier. So you can get even tankier if you want, or some other like form of damage buff from runes. But also has the same cooldown problem that Quill has. ST3. Very nice. I had a ton of fun this season. I actually cleared 150 solo server on hardcore on all classes. That was fun. Why Flame Shield instead of Ice Blades? Because I don't want to press Ice Blades, I don't think it really adds much. It's like a very minor boost for more complicated rotation that I don't want to deal with. Flame Shield is like a nice backup. Sorc is better than Rake builds? Farming, yes.
know that.
Gonna be one more maximum resource. Poggers. Okay.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I didn't still get here. I want to get more sigil dust, whispers, and helltide chests mostly, and salvaging sigils. I'm not sure if Belial has higher mythic drop rates, but I think he does, yeah. If I had to guess, the small bosses have half of the middle bosses and they have half of Belial. But I don't have really any data on that recently, since they introduced Belial. But at least in the past, the small bosses had half of the middle bosses. Look at another Titans. You know what is Herodic Bestiary in Dungeon affix? You can press tab when you're in the run and it will tell you what the affixes do. Herodic Bestiary is just more reputation, I think.
forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I have seen the new pairs coming tomorrow. Is D4 saved? Well, if they do a good job with all the plans they have, I would say it's gonna be really good. I hope that they seem very willing to listen to feedback. Ikana's cube is coming back. And Santa Claus is real.
See some steel you need? What's still got some good in it?
Second. Okay.
What's still got some good in it?
Okay, I can catch up on chat. The flurry helm buff enough to make it worthwhile over here. It's already better than here anyway. It's just now even crazier. And flurry catches a bit up to the other builds. Not Rogue. Rogue is actually a very balanced class right now, it's nice. Please don't listen to Hydra. Wait, what's wrong with him? Looks so much like Inner's Water Allies playstyle. A little bit, I guess. Everything is elective free, can switch between specs and gear. Yes, but it's a bit worse than free. Like, it only equips the items that you have saved, but it doesn't, like, for example, rearrange the gems or the runes in those items and stuff like that. You have to still do that manually if you use the same item for multiple builds, for example. But generally, you can save skill and item loadouts and paragons and so on and swap easily. That's it. For this build, you want a Shaco first, I'd say. And if you have that, tough choice. Probably Stealth. Building chain lightning. That's pretty good too. Good luck. Don't remember Defee at all. Did Defee have Mythic equivalent? A long time ago. Yes. There were certain uniques that, or like legendaries that were much more rare and powerful than others. For example, the Furners and the Star Metal Kukri and a bunch of others. But that system has been long abolished. And most of these items are completely worthless these days anyway. When will the patch be applied? In 24 hours and 12 minutes. What can you do without Nago and Ohm? You don't have them. I'm running Vex instead of Ohm. I run Sea Vex if you have those. Also, like Fool is an option, Cry is an option. What rotational skills are used for bosses on a pensional build? Well, I mean, you spam penshot to attack. Actually, a good neck there. I mean, you have to throw down the Caltrops, spam penshot, activate the Shadow Clone, throw a smoke every so often. Make sure you keep your close quarters combat up. So you want to do like one shadow step every like 8 seconds, I guess. Here's a legendary system which can be upgraded to primal. Yeah, okay, but it's like not really an upgrade, right? Like we're talking about mythic items being like, you know, very powerful and like chase items and stuff. But Defeat doesn't have that these days, at least. Like way back, like 10 years ago, we used to have these like really rare legendaries that were really powerful, as I said, like Star Metal Kukri, for example. That used to be like an insane item, and it was really rare. And a bunch of others were like that. Calamity was one of them as well, for example. There was like the Demon Hunter weapon that was like really hard to get. I remember the first time I managed to get one. It took me months of gambling one-handed hand crossbows to get my first Calamity. And I still remember the moment when it popped up, new transmog unlocked. I was like, oh my god. Yeah, that's cool. I can't see a single group listed in Group Finder. Playing hardcore? I don't really expect much there. I think D4 will ever gain traction like D3. What does that mean? Stepping has been activated. Oh, you can watch your resources go up. There might be a buff on the bar, I'm not sure. I mean, sapping is like always active basically, so. Gain popularity and fan love like Diablo 3. Diablo 4 is a very popular game right now. Is there a reason for pit 79 in particular? Yes, all my glyphs are 99 and this gives me an 8% chance to upgrade them. Because it's exactly 20 tiers under. Before that I was farming 78, and before that I was farming 77. And 77 is also kind of the tier where I don't slow down. So after 77 I seem to sometimes lose 5 or 10 seconds in a run, so we're definitely gonna go back down to 77 once my glyphs are done. But I want to keep the 8% chances right now, and just finish them. It's a lot of GA gloves here. And a Yule rune. Dude, I feel like I have like all the aspects, but the fucking Serpentine aspect, man. Look how many golden I have. Yes, 20, 20. Okay, this is not, 21, 16, 19, 20. Fuck. Almost every single aspect is like well rolled.
Not a bad pull, that. Well, there's something special.
People are selling max Serpentine for 30 billion on softcore. That makes sense. It's like the most meta aspect and most important on like a meta build, right? Unfortunately, I'm not a softcore. I also don't have 30 billion. Diablo 3 has more active players active than this game. What? I mean, the number of people logging into Diablo 3 seasons is actually surprisingly large, but I mean, you know, most never even make it to max level or something, right? Maybe the leaderboards sit like pretty empty these days. Hey, Bona? Oh. I mean, the opposite exploit is not really a huge advantage over just farming opposite regularly anyway. So yeah, I mean, you can use the season quest thing, but it's like barely an upgrade, I'd say. It's good that they fixed it though. So they actually have to do like, you know, proper gameplay loop and not this kind of bullshit. Huge. I don't know, it's not really different from just running Nightmare Dungeons and doing like strong room Nightmare Dungeons now. It gives you like 800 to 1000 off the side a minute if you're fast. Like how much off the side do you get per minute with the exploit? Not much more, I think. So you have to run a strong room. The same strong room that you do in Nightmare Dungeons. It's just you can do it infinitely, where sigils are limited and need like a bit of time to actually sort them out and whatever, but I mean, there's also refinement tributes, which are also like 800 to 1000 auto side per minute on the higher end. And you can find plenty of those, especially in rotas. Thanks, Smurf Farm.
Have a wee gamble. Hello. Wow. Hello, shining
Oh.
beauty.
I knew it, man. I saw the thing. Gee.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Big damn. How much success is this? %12.5% damage upgrade, by the way. Over half a pit there. Let's just go back to Gambling Gloves. Can get Fist of Fate there, but I have a good Fist of Fate as well. I'm not really sure what I should want to gamble. I also saved so many rings now. Don't really want any Int Amulets, so what the hell am I gonna do with my gambles? We just like stop farming pits. Many bosses to do. I get some mythics, get better starters again. Okay, dupe gold. I thought it's just boss mats. Well, duping boss mats is effectively creating gold because you can just vendor. And they vendor for quite a lot, so you get gold pretty fast. So I'm not sure if they actually dupe gold but at least you can do that. Really glad they decided to make this max aspect drop more often. Yeah, it's kind of like a nice, you know, chase, right? These ancestral aspects. I actually like that system. That's cool. And it's not like too punishing, but it's like something to look forward to, even when you're already decked out and stuff. Sometimes getting like a slightly higher aspect and so on. I think the system is very well done. An inventory full of needs can give you 45 million. You vendor the boss mods. You do the boss mods and then vendor those. I can get a lot more gold than that. So this is already how it's done. And I don't know how fast they are at duping, but it's probably like, you know, fully automated anyway, and so they just have like a bunch of accounts, you know, duping full time basically, creating infinite amount of mods and infinite amount of gold. And then you just need to like make enough bots to do that basically, to like satisfy the market. I don't think this is like a very high number. Then you make bank. Then you do this for like 1 or 2 years and, you know, buy a villa and a yacht somewhere and enjoy, I guess.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
An exquisite concoction.
I wish I was a full-time Chinese duper. Yeah, a lot of people are unhappy with the tempering and the masterworking system. It looks like Blizzard is willing to change them, so we'll see. We're even faster done. I mean, you can still tweak the progression speed, right? Like if you make our items not brick anymore, then maybe you also drop us slightly fewer items or something like that. Right? So we don't need that many items if we don't brick them. Tier list is updated on Saturday. We updated for the new patch already, with all of the findings from the season, like early days. I'll also have a video out tomorrow, most likely. Decent rogue builds this season. Plenty, actually. Rogue has many good builds right now. Maybe. At which level do you notice crit upgrades? 100. And we have 4 of them. And 199. And Buddy said I should make a mythic score that allows you to add a GA to a piece of gear. Maybe broken, but he thought it was an interesting concept. I mean, depending on how rare you make it. But the thing is, it wouldn't really help most people because you would only ever use that when you have like a 3 out of 4 unique or a 2 out of 3 legendary. And you wouldn't waste it on like a 1 GA item, right? Because it is so much harder to go from 2 to 3 GA than it is to go from 1 to 2. So there could be like maybe something other like of a crafting system, you know, like late game crafting, like progression or something, where you can like maybe gumbar this a little bit, and then there's like a lower chance to get extra GAs when you already have a lot of GAs or something like that. And then this will probably make some sense. Any tips on getting a good weapon? Yes. There's a friendly obol vendor in town. You should ask him. The Hydra build I'm running right now is OP, and it's possible to see it. Type ! build. Sell all button. That would be kind of nice. What does Ferocity do on evade build? Not very much. But it does give you more attack speed, so it speeds up the animations a bit, like Seeker cast and so on. Good like this more than Inferno. It definitely goes a bit faster. How transformative were the changes discussed in the chat with Blizzard? Are we talking overhauls to the game or low-hanging quality of life fruit? Very transformative. I'm gonna make a hardcore Sorc with a little bit I die. You won't. You don't really die as a Sorc. Does that have a huge impact on mythic build if it doesn't have Harlequin? Yeah, Harlequin is important for the cooldown. You can't do the one-to-one teleport cycle without it. But I mean, otherwise the build is functional. And when you run one-handed focus for the extra cooldown, you need the cooldown here if you don't have a GA on the Shaco. Otherwise the stuff is better. If you have the GA on the Shaco and the triple masterwork and you have a pair of boots like this, then you can go stuff. Dude, is there actually like some insane inflation going on here on hardcore? I see people trying to sell a bug rune for 270 million. What the fuck? What's the best SSF gold farm if you're out of boss mods? Render uniques. Then I guess you go get more boss mods and render more uniques. Because there's not really anything else. I mean, Whispers, if you're really fast, is probably like 50 million an hour. But bosses are way beyond that, so... How do you get a 13k HP on a Sorc? I mean, I don't know. Life roll, life roll, nothing. Shaco. Shroud. I mean, Shaco and Shroud are included here, so they have a lot of health. Got a GA cooldown and HP Shaco. Holy shit. Yeah, it's kind of sad you can't transfer over the masterworking and stuff, right? But I mean, it's definitely worth it. That's insane. Quick update, status of the game right now. Pretty decent, getting better. Login. That pizza doesn't look very keto. Yeah, I've been cheating the last few days a little bit, since Nini's not here. I decided to enjoy life a little bit for a week or so. Let me go back to keto. It's been so long since I don't even remember the last time I had a pizza, man. Like, at least half a year ago. Yeah, the debuff scroll drop rate, yeah. I think it's like maybe double this season. That was nice. I'm gonna save the rest for later. Dude, a lot of runes, man. Look at this, 51 Feo runes. What the fuck? I think I should start converting a bit. Get more legendaries. Legendaries actually sell I have 12 Tam and 10 Liv. What do you lose on the 4 runes? If you don't have Vessel of Hatred? Depends on the build a bit. But runes are pretty impactful sometimes. I mean, do I play NS? You lost your backup, Shaco, Stars, and Shroud AFK. Oof. How did that happen? The Spirit Wolves gives you damage increase. I mean, on this build I don't have the Spirit Wolves right now. On this setup, the runes are not that impactful actually. It's like one of the builds where not such a big deal. I have the occasional Frost Nova, and I have a Vex rune, which is a bit of skill ranks, and that's it. So this is kind of small stuff. But yeah, on other builds, for example Heartseeker or something like that, I have the Wolves, and the Wolves trigger the Pain Gorgers, and they give you Wound and Freeze. And that is kind of important sometimes, and then it activates, you know, other multipliers and so on. So you have to like find a way to get that. Yeah, it depends a bit on the build, how impactful the runes are. Other builds also have like a Quax rune, which is a pretty big one, 100% extra damage. And some builds can keep that up pretty much permanently. So that can be a big thing if you don't have runes. Exclamation build is links usually, and Stormclaw I put it on the Discord. Not in a command yet because I'm not playing it right now. But I will try Stormclaw tomorrow. It's set up. You ever think Sorc will be released on TP Enchant Show Cold? Who knows, eventually. I mean, to be fair, TP Enchant is pretty fun. And kind of makes Sorc what it is. But I think it's a bit overtuned in the late game with like the cooldown values. I think the biggest problem is that we just get too much cooldown. And TP Enchant just becomes way too good compared to like everything, like every other class, right? It's just like insane. So like part of it is like Sorc identity, but even if you don't teleport like 2 times per second, I think Sorc is gonna feel very fine. And it's a bit too much, I guess, for what this game is and what other classes have available. numbers, so we see the damage output. I can do a run with damage numbers. I mean, my character is relatively decked out now. I am missing the orange Hydra heads on both slots. And I have like, you know, one or maybe a random 2GA gear. So it could definitely be a bit better, but yeah. My glues are 100 now. So let's see. This is like kind of where this build will finish for me. Well, the game is already pretty fun for me and many other people blasting right now. Roxas. But I think there's a very good chance that a lot of people that are not finding the game fun right now will find it fun after those changes.
What my hammer sings on your return.
Hello? Hello, Not bad. Oh, too bad, friend.
Use it well.
Definitely entering RPG dry spell for a month or so. I mean, for now, I'm still happy to blast a small D4. And then, yeah, at some point I will do a bit of E and PoE, I guess. Should I go back to PoE 1 and finish the challenges, maybe? I'm only level 94. I went to level 94, finished the Atlas, killed all Ubers, and then dipped. F. That's actually a surprisingly fun league. 40-40 is maybe a bit much, you definitely need to grind that. But 36, I mean, it's not that crazy most of the time. Can probably do this in a week or something. Have you ever done those? Yeah, I've done 40-40 once, in my very first league ever. Or my very first build ever, actually. I've done 40-40 challenges in PoE. But then I've never done it again. I didn't do any casual death on the live server, but I did on PTR. What the damage numbers? I guess I can turn off the normal damage numbers so a bit less clutter. So it's mostly see the Hydras. And do I keep running PSA 9 all over again? Because I am roughly 1500 pits away from Paragon 300. So we go again. It's a good chance what normal numbers. The chain lightnings and lightning spears and ball lightnings don't have 100% crit chance. It's just the Hydra. So we can reduce the clutter a bit by turning off the light numbers since you want to see that Hydra damage anyway. But, I see like some 15 billion 32 billion. None overpowers. Balanced build, I heard. The chance I would burn through it more quickly on tier 85. No, this is not like Diablo 3. In Diablo 3, it's fine to go higher and slower. In Diablo 4, it's not fine to go slower. You have to find a tier where you are at the highest without losing like any time. And I hope they change that. They should make it more D3. Like I want to do slower runs. You know, I don't want to do 60-second runs. I want to do 150 to 180-second runs. I think this would be kind of the optimal pace for the most fun. And it would also ensure that we have more than like 2.5 builds to grind Paragons efficiently. Because most builds just can't go at this pace. Many builds can be, you know, pretty high and like, you know, 2-3 minute runs. Need to like slow this down a little bit and make higher tiers more worth it. Download a form of social media. Yeah guys, just download Facebook and Twitter. And if your game is lagging, also get a bit more RAM. I guess you're waiting for Gamescom announcements. Yeah, I think Gamescom announcements is likely. If you reach Paragon 300 and got the mount, what's the point of doing it all over again? Well, more Paragon is free real estate. I don't know, for some people it might just mean that they finish the season, you know. You get all the gear, you start blasting. At some point your character is maxed out, you have all the glyphs at 100, you have, you know, you have Paragon 300, and then you're done. I don't know. Any sneak peek regarding what I learned about a meeting with default devs? No. We are only allowed to say that we saw something. And that's it. So that's what you will hear. Played Diablo since D2 back in 04, 05. Came back to Diablo 4 Season 7. Holy shit. Welcome back. I mean, the stuff they showed to the creators in this dev meeting, there weren't a lot of concrete details. Like, we got the big picture, but, you know, there's like... They also, like, didn't show, like, any, like, screenshot or something like that, so nothing can be leaked and these kind of things. But they did tell us what they're planning. And this looks pretty good. How important is the Ahu rune for the Spiritborn build? I feel like it's still slowly killing things in D4. Well, the main reason why it's slow is probably because you don't proc the Mystic Circus often enough, and you don't proc the Jaguar Hall often enough, and at the very least the Jaguar Hall is important to kill shit. But the Mystic Circus are like a massive boost. They have a 10 seconds cooldown, so if you are so low damage that you rely on the Mystic Circus to kill anything, then you should probably just not be farming Tone 4. Like, my Spiritborn can easily PC farm Tone 4 and just kill everything without the Mystic Circles. And then on the boss, they split proc and boom. So if you can't kill stuff without the Mystic Circles, then it should probably not be there. And the Ahu rune is pretty good, but you can also proc it with other stuff. You can do Neo, for example, or Tam. Is it true that once you play fast-paced RPGs, you can't get the same amount of dopamine in the slower RPGs? I think that's bullshit. PoE 2, for example, is a very fun game, at least for me. And that is a relatively slow-paced game, at least, you know, for the first, like, 50 hours or something of a character. Like last Epoch, for example, is also a relatively slow-paced game compared to most of the other games. And I think that's also super fun. But I mean, you know, some people are zoomers. They like to zoom. It is what it is. So maybe some people need that fast pace to really enjoy the game. You know, there's a reason why a lot of people play like meta builds, like Hydra Sorc right now and stuff. But I personally am like more of like a slow pace enjoyer anyway. You know, this is why you see me play builds like this. No, but I think the combat is more fun when the game is a bit slower. I mean, it's fun to zoom and kill shit fast, but for example, I think the combat was probably better in like back in Season 0, for example, in D4 and stuff. Something definitely went missing on the way that made Diablo 4 really great. There's other things that make Diablo 4 great right now, but I felt like combat was better and it did a bit of a downgrade there. What build are you doing, Mini Hupsy? best item found still killing uber bosses 24/7 within 2 seconds. For uniques, yes. And also for materials and runes and mythics, also yes. And for legendaries, it's the pit, but most builds don't really run a lot of legendaries, so that's kind of like the easy part, I guess. Builds are very unique heavy these days. But you still do a fair amount of pit anyway to get a bit of glyphs and paragons, so. Shadow Blight Necro. Okay, I don't know that much about this build actually. It could just be that maybe you're just not proccing your Shadow Blight often enough. Or maybe you just have to, like, you know, spam your pulse explosions more or something. I'm not sure exactly how the build functions, but it used to be like a pulse explosion build, right? So it's probably still like this. Like, you only do damage with the procs on Shadow Blight, so you have to hit them like X amount of times, and then they go boom. Another triple aim in that, man. The third one already in the last hour or something. And they buffed Shadow Blight a lot this season. It's actually a S tier build right now, I think. Although a bit slow paced, I guess. And 9 dungeons, escalation dungeons is worth to do. Escalation is okay. I hope they're gonna, like, you know, allow us a bit more juicing and stuff. And 9 dungeons, especially the strong room affix, are pretty nice to farm out the side. Or like the gem affixes to get gem fragments, also pretty nice. You can like target some stuff a little bit. The material reserve stuff for materials to like masterwork and so on. That is getting buffed tomorrow, so that could be pretty good. So there's definitely like reasons to go 9 dungeons. Also right now it's for the season theme, you get your upgrades there. They want to do at least like some amount of 9 dungeons. Should increase Astaroth's drops. Yeah, I think Astaroth could definitely be a bit more juiced up. Or maybe the affixes, you know, make them a bit more impactful. Like the, like, I don't know, the Zier's Horde and the whatever, all this stuff he has.
Hello, shining beauty. Hello, shining... Oh, Vassal's ghost.
Will there be any new class in STR after the patch? We already updated the tier list for the patch.
How better than starting from nothing?
And Druid got a second STR build now. But that has nothing to do with the patch actually, we just moved it up. So the only classes that don't have S right now are Barb and Rogue, I guess. And a very random pro gamer 242, but thank you for the info. It's season 9. It's around in 2 weeks ago. Boulder's going strong. Yeah, I loved Boulder last season. It was very nice, and it's still good. Really, Necro is good. We are in August. Yeah, it should be like later in August. How do you find what the tiers mean on the tier list? For the pit push, we mostly just go by like raw strength or like, you know, tier push potential. And then for speed farming, it's, yeah, we don't really have like a very exact metric for that, but roughly. And for bossing, we have kind of a metric as well, but it's hard to keep that metric. Because, for example, at some point, like, you know, half the builds in the game was just one-shot Belial or close to that at least. So we kind of like make the metric a bit about, okay, like how hard do you have to try to get to that point, kind of. Yeah, it comes down a bit to HTLS. We're currently considering for season 10 to make an extra tier list and split endgame and push into 2. And basically endgame is going to be like the, it's kind of like overall, all things considered kind of tier list. That also includes stuff like, okay, like, you know, how late game heavy is the build, how easy to play is the build, how consistent is the build. You know, like kind of like the most recommendable build, so to say. And then push is like a bit more separate, you know, just based on hard data. Because it's kind of hard to like put those two into one tier list, and we always like have discussions. And we have like these cases where like, right now, for example, where we have like, you know, all the Spiritborn stuff at the top. But a lot of people are not really that successful with it as they could be with like Pulverize or Hydra or something. But you also cannot, you know, not have Spiritborn as number 1. So it's like, kind of like a, you know, Kind of shitty situation there. Your minions keep attacking the invulnerable gate. I can like move around and stuff. And then, you know, let them retarget or something. Yeah, I can't believe that they still haven't like made the minions like smarter or something. Like, you know, if there's an invulnerable target, don't attack that. Give us like an aggro button or like a target button. Like, why is that not a thing? Even fucking D3 has that. Flashfire is better from the aspect of elements. Yeah, Flashfire is a lot better. The fashion tier list. Druid is D tier. With everything. But I can't believe it's 2025 and we still don't have like skins for the fucking werebear and werewolf. Like, how did that happen? How did we get here? I hold Ball Lightning and reset my evade teleport with one cast. And you need to hit triple master on evade, yes. And on a Shaco. And this is a GA Shaco.
some steel you need?
Well, hello, shame that. Go one more?
Completely at home, like it was made for me. I mean, I like Sorc. I've played a lot of Sorc in the past. It's like definitely for zooming. Nice class. I think they will nerf Hydra Sorc. I mean, tuning it down a little bit in Season 10 wouldn't hurt, I think. It definitely turned out kinda crazy. I don't think they really have to nerf it much. Maybe divided by 2, also like that, maybe the Serpentine aspect or something like that. Otherwise, I mean, it's nice. Okay. Third for Sorc, for offhand, I got 3 resource, normal CDR, or like a hit. Yeah, that's nice. I also have normal cooldown, and that's fine. And lucky hit, I can roll her to end. How did they nerf the good old Stormside Druid? I mean, it was just like a buggy interaction that caused this build to even exist, right? So this is why they changed that. It was just never meant to exist. Worked out great, yes, our
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah. Hello, shining. Not a bad pull. Hello, shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello. Greetings. Thanks.
abilities. It's been the most enjoyable class to play with these S tier builds. Oh, the most enjoyable build so far was not an S tier, which was Pen Shot. And I think the second most enjoyable was also not S tier, which was Lunging Strike. But yeah, like all the builds I played so far were pretty fun, so this one is fun, Evade is fun, Rake, Bull, Heartseeker, like lots of good stuff right now. That is like really enjoyable. can get to 31 maximum resources instead of 16. All we do is lose a bit of int. If I do the same masterwork that I have on this, actually, would be that over 202 int. Right now we have 266, so we lose 64 int, which is not very much. It's like 2-ish%, 2.5 maybe. But we gain 31 base resource. Basically double of this. So this will be my new maximum resource. So it'll be a 6.6% damage upgrade. And like roughly a 2 or 2.5% loss. So it'll be like a 4% damage upgrade. To get exactly the same masterworks on the new offhand with the GI resource. Can YOLO a bit. Or maybe we just brick it and then this question is irrelevant. Looks like we're not bricking. But there's potential. $87. So it's almost the minimum temper versus almost the maximum temper. It would still be an upgrade, but can I be bothered? Okay, let's do a YOLO. No reset run. Okay. Okay. Oh, close. Oh god. Well, do I use it though? Oof. So it's the same additive. Minus int plus resource. So the resource was like a 6.6 gain. And the int 330, 316. It's a 3.3 loss. Now, is that int required for anything? What is the last board even here? I think this. Too bad we hit like the minimum value on the fucking temper for Hydra, because he also hit the masterwork on it. Well, I guess it is what it is, so... I said we're gonna do a YOLO no reset, and here we are. Wait a minute, this has... Wait, shredding blades? Storm spell, okay. Almost the right aspect too. I have to roll the cooldown now though, fuck. Should have maybe done that earlier. I mean, overall it was kind of a waste of gold here and stuff, but it's a bit of damn. That was a perfect cooldown roll. That was worth cope. 3% DPS.
Greetings. Where shall I guide my hammer?
Enquiries will be 80 and a new patch. Nah, it doesn't really move. It's pretty good though. And it definitely gets closer to the other rogue builds. The funny part is not only did I spend a lot of gold for nothing, but I probably also wasted too much time in town, so I can never make up for it. Unless I play this build for like another 20 hours straight or something. I think it's gonna be pretty good, Alfredo. Cryptic tweets with no concrete info got me so hyped. Okay. We can't really give specifics. But luckily, it's not my job to sell the next expansion. I just answered, Alfredo. When is the big reveal? I don't know, but I think Gamescom.
See some steel, you need one still got some good in it.
Stoop. I don't think so. But we're 2 weeks in. Inflation is rising. The Saint Knight. It's like around 2,000 runs or so, Silverman. Maybe a bit more. Depending on where you start. It's better Header or Fang and Claw. So what build you're doing? Fang and Claw is only for close range. So it's kinda nice, but yeah. If you're always in close range, I'll probably use that. Should we hold our breaths? Yeah. Start on item like a hit, so restore X stat. There's normal like a hit chance, increase that chance. Yes. Well, more explicitly, what happens is your skills have a like a hit chance, and that like a hit chance rises with like a hit bonus on your gear or other sources. And that multiplies with the like a hit chance of the effect that you're trying to trigger. It's basically a product of 3 factors. The skills based like a hit, the like hit bonuses you have, and the proc. I have not played Necromancer this season, and I am not planning to.
Hello, shame that. Go one more. Finished, are you?
Better than starting from nothing.
The crackle board only works if you crackle. And just is done with ball lightning. The other side doesn't have ball lightning. Which point and level? Paragon is like redoing 1 to 20, 1 to 200. 1 to 200 is very fast. I don't know exactly the curve. I know 283 is half of 300. And 200 is, I don't know, if I had to guess, like a few percent, maybe 5% of the total. Have to mention anything about Spiritborn Strong Room? No, I haven't said anything, but I did report it. That there's something going on. There's also like the take damage near shrines affix, apparently that kills people too. I'll probably use the 600, Alex. In the description, Mr. Hootl. I plan to do that in around 2 weeks, Alfredo. And the teleport cooldown is attacks reduce evade cooldown, perfect, evade temper plus masterwork, perfect masterwork Shaco, and an offhand, and a decent Tarasha. Så det är det för idag. Yeah, I agree. That would be nice if you could see if you can still use the scroll. I mean, you can see it anyway. If you turn on error notifications and use the scroll on an item, it will tell you if it's still available or not, but it's kind of like annoying. It'd be nice if you can just see it on mouse over.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, 1.8 is not enough. You need a triple masterwork on the boots. Unless you have a GA, cooldown Shaco, and masterwork that 2 or 3 times, I guess. You might be fine. You can get away with less. Oh, the glove is 100. So what do we do now? Sorc can use maces. I'm not sure why you think you can get some resources there. The rolls on the mace are exactly the same as on the other weapons. Macht der Kopfgeldbelohnung. Oof. I don't know, 2% maybe. What is the best legendary farm? It's pretty decent, but I like just farming pits because also like lift levels, XP, or balls, targeting, It's kinda neat. Like a spare Tibalts. Maybe. Only pushing, but even speedrunning Pit does not feel as good as D3. Yes, I agree. The Pit is inferior in both. I got a GA live 20% Tibalts here. Back build on me, by the way. And invite me after the run. It's my alt design actually. 41k. I should probably get someone. Equipment delve is very bad, I agree. But I think that might also get buffed or fixed tomorrow. Yeah, Grizzly is bugged. Paragon 7. Wow. Enjoy. Druid. Okay. Didn't I give you your Lightbringer already? Okay, so Rage is good bugged. Not bad bugged. Did I miss some world bosses? It's been 6 hours, I haven't done a single world boss. But in 9 minutes. Okay. You are way too squishy. Well, number 1, check your resistances. Number 2, check your armor. Number 3, cap them both. Number 4, get more life. Use potion and incense. You pick up some defensive passives or a glyph. Or more life nodes on your paragon. It's a good time to change Pulverize into Grizzly Rage. Good question. I pretty much did that almost from the start. I mean, Grizzly Rage duration tempers help a little bit, just to make sure that you don't like drop the buff. You never want to drop Grizzly Rage ever. So even when there's downtime and, you know, you teleport into the strong room and you loot the chest and you go out and so on. So this is why Grizzly Rage duration helps. So as soon as you have that, you're fine, I'd say. Why no Lightning Spear? Because this is season 9. Lightning Spear is relatively dead right now. And why 78 and not 69 or 79? Because 78 feels good right now. There's no particular reason to farm 69 or 79 or any other tier. Lightning Spear on bar. That sounds like way too much effort for no reason. And a missing flame shield. That's, you know, also, like, why would I not run flame shield? Provides vulnerable. Lightning Spear provides vulnerable, I know. But so do the other like 5 Lightning Spears that I constantly have flying around. I think I need to add a 6th one. To get out of resetting dungeons? Well, you can go again. But I mean, this is not really used for anything these days. It's like for sellers or for normal dungeons, but they don't really farm either of those two. Ooh, Lightning Spears. I mean, if you really want, put Lightning Spear on the bear, but I think it doesn't help you with anything. At least with the setup, I never have to worry about getting CC'd. I never have to worry about getting killed. Just play Flame Shield whenever a boss shadow appears. And I don't have to worry about pressing another button that I have to weave in between my other shit. Like basically, if you want to do the Lightning Spear, you have to replace a ball lightning with a Lightning Spear every like few seconds or so. But man, can't be bothered, dude. Like I just hold right click and I'm chilling. The Lightning Spear doesn't even help me for anything. The thing is, a ball lightning has like a 1 in 4 chance to be a Lightning Spear anyway. Right. Sarge Bolt, Chain Lightning, Ball Lightning, Lightning Spear, Familiar. It's a 1 in 5 chance, I guess. 1 in 6. Wait, what else is there? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Triple staff. Nah. 2 minutes well, boss. Question is it more Nahantu or is it more summon set? I'm gonna go summon set. No Lightning Spear, no Ice Blades. Yeah, both these things don't really add much to the build. It's just like, you know, rotation clutter that barely does anything, I believe. Just keep the flame shield there and you're always just chilling. Spent almost 3 hours trying out Barb and holy moly, is it horrible this season? I disagree. But if you're looking for a good Barb build, then check out some of the stuff we have on Maxroll or my Lunging Strike guide. Ice Blades gets 30 attack speed. I mean, for this you have to cast 3 of them in 6 seconds. I'm not sure how you're planning to do that. But I guess you can. But do you care? I don't think I care. I mean, okay, where do I get 3 points from? I guess I can try some Ice Blades, but I don't think it would really matter. Can't take this out. You can only like remove mana shield or some shit. Or protection. I mean, we have ice armor. That usually puts me at pretty much close to max barrier. It's like the only thing I can remove, I guess. Oh, this, yeah. I feel like a hit chance can be removed, but I don't really want to remove this. It's kind of nice for the max resource. Thanks. Another Radiance Tribute. Okay. I got plenty of those now.
My hammer sings on your return.
Let's see how it feels at Ice Blades.
What's left, you ask?
It's not too bad, just kind of doing a left click here and there. But now it feels like quite erratic, I gotta say, compared to just like the consistent hold right click and then press teleport. So our requirement is perfect evade, temper, and masterwork. Triple Shaco or GA Shaco with like 2 Tarasha with pretty good roll and offhand. You can skip the offhand if you have perfect boots, Tarasha, and Shaco. The problem is now I have to hold down shift all the time to cast my Ice Blades. So even if I do the rotation right, that is already inconvenient. I don't really feel like an upgrade so far. If I go up a tier, maybe I can actually squeeze out in one more tier or something, but do I want to? The boots drain your resources, Villa Franca. So that's normal. Eventually you get them run out, and then after like a second you fill it up again, and then it slowly drains you. And then over the course of, I don't know, like 20, 30 seconds or so, it just accelerates, and then eventually you run out for like a second and repeat. But you always like have to like fight against the drain, basically. Hey, right now, Eric's. I don't know about mythics. But I mean, there's like a bunch of mythics I have to change at some point, right? So, we'll see. This is good for the Mentalist rune. Yeah, okay, but mostly on the boss, right? Because the ice plates don't really hit a lot of things. And on the rank Elementalist anyway. Like, this is way too fast paced here to really get anything out of that. Get resistance on armor and gear. I mean, you're a Sorc, you don't really need res. At least once you have Paragons. Before that, there's still the boots. And, well, same with armor, I guess. I have a GA armor on my Shaco, so I don't need any armor roll. Otherwise, again, just put it on boots. You can also put it on glove. I mean, there's two uniques, two non-uniques there. You can just put it there. Hello again, Winston.
That's the spirit. Give it a go. Not a hello. Well, shame the hello. Not a bad pull, that. All finished, are you?
Okay.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello? Well, hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
What should we sell as stuff when it's rate of 48 and 88 for? Should be probably around 300k at the vendor. There might be some fireball enjoyers, but don't expect much. Necro tomorrow. I mean, I could do a Necro, but I don't really want to. Like, no build I want to play, really. Thanks, Remix. I'm blasting pit 4. But now it's mostly just because. I guess we're getting Paragons. What do you want her to wear, noobs? We're probably going to do some LE and then PoE, yes. Or the other way around. Ideally nothing. Okay. Wait, can you actually do like vanishing die like in E3? Is that even a thing? Right, on the helm, yeah. You can do unequipped actually. But it's not really like in D3, huh? Oh no, we can check what else. How is this? Don't know the shoulders. Last season I actually had like a really nice transmog here. With the Jaina glove, I remember that. What's that? See how much DPS we gain from this. Didn't really map it out now. Seems good. Another transfer competition. I could maybe do something like that again. That was fun. It is FatMat. Should try it. Managed to max out the CDR already. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty rich in this game right now. I can craft any item I need. What IRL? Yeah, that would be nice. I guess we're not there yet. What's up with the Erics today? And rudely asking for buildings. The second Eric. Exclamation mark build, have you tried? Oops, I just randomly upgraded the wrong glyph. Damn, brothers. How tanky is it to kill Belial? This is a Sorc. Sorcs are very tanky in this game. Not that they need any toughness for Belial with this build, because Belial will just explode.
Hello? Well. Oh, Vasili's ghost. I had that in my bag.
They're both poison rest GA, and both the same aspect. That's funny.
Finished, are you?
Never posted on trade before. It's pretty simple, I think. If you're going on Diablo trade, for example, I think you just need to like sign up if you're better than it. Or something. Are people struggling with souls? Well, if you like keep remaster-working your stuff all the time, you try to get like triple crits everywhere with the right stuff, then you can run out of souls. Especially if you buy a lot of your items and don't actually farm a lot of bosses. Because bosses are like the best souls of Forgotten Souls. Yeah, we'll be that. It's pretty good, I think.
What's left, you ask?
Hello, not a bad. Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
What's up, Super Dan? Which is about chatting about cool stuff. Really? Is that why you're here? How many hours do I sleep each night? It's alright right now. Like around 7, I guess. Cool. Cool. Better. Have I seen Meteor Sorc is a viable? I think it's number 2 on Sorc right now, or number 3. I played it last season actually, and it was pretty decent, and even more decent now. Okay, good luck, Super Dan. Yeah, it's relatively hard to gear for like, you know, this kind of setup, but Hydra is pretty strong all the way, so you can just get started with it if you want and then keep passing. But for Meteor, it's usually a relatively high-end build, I'd say, because of the cooldown to use the Meteor in the first place. And 1 GA core. I mean, GA core is usually not such a big deal anyway. Because most builds that do something like GA core usually also have like Perdition and Starless and whatever. In many core ranks anyway. So I can just roll core. Am I leveling to 300 or just blasting for loot? What if I told you neither? Also not leveling under glyphs. I think farming overs to gamble is probably part of the blasting for gear. I don't know why you don't just do it 79. You know you're going to keep getting asked why is 78. Yeah, and when I do 79, people are gonna ask me why 79. So what's the difference, man? It doesn't matter what tier I farm. People are always gonna ask why I farmed that tier.
Hello, bastard ghost. I had that in my bag.
Hey, dude. What are you gonna do with that ring?
My hammer sings on your return.
I think they're gonna nerf Exile Cornet to prevent its use for non-chainline builds. No, I don't see an issue with Exile Cornet being the meta choice for this build. I don't think we need to make uniques that narrow that they only work for one build, even though it may seem a bit unintuitive. But I would rather see more stuff like that and not less. This one takes both damage and resource cost. Yeah, it's plus 75 damage and plus 150 resource cost. It makes stuff pretty costly. What other builds use this? Yeah, so Axial content goes into chainlining builds and into Hydra now, and who knows, maybe other resource heavy setups in the future. It just has like that thing going for it. And yeah, Hand of Warglass, for example, it does go into Ice Shards. It does go into Hydra. It maybe also finds its way into other builds. And I don't think this is a problem. I think this is actually cool. Builds that use sneaks that aren't made for this build. Maybe. There are certainly builds that don't use their designated unique, like Rapid Fire right now. Heck. That was kind of funny. But again, you know, I'd rather have these kind of options. Like, I would like to have like a variant of Rapid Fire that does not use the unique. And also a variant that does. Maybe make even another unique at some point that does something else. They're like exclusive. Like the ball lightning stuff, right? We have like ball lightning as a support skill, we have ball lightning as the super ball lightning build, we have a ball lightning build with the spinny thing. That is nice. I need more like that. Hi, Tommy. Barbs can get 500 results, you can barely get 300. Yeah, but I mean, that's not a problem. Just different classes work differently, that's fine. And if Barbs have certain mechanics and items and give them giga resources, so be it. You know, rogues have like exactly 100 energy on almost every build. And a single momentum and something like Beast Wall boots and stuff. I did it with Death Trap last season. And that's fine. Touch of Death is very strong actually these days, yes. In fact, I was the strongest build in the game last season, I think. Or maybe the second.
See some steel you need?
I'm in the ring for MMA combat, would I prefer to fight Rob, Riker, or Rax? That's a lot of hours, dude. I know. Who's the easiest? A good guide you can follow for Touch of Death builds. You have it on Maxroll, yes. Shroud bits for every build. Not every, but yeah, most. It's probably the most universally used mythic. But there are builds that can't run it, or where you want to use another chest, like Jack and Shell on a bunch of Spiritborn builds as an example, or the Raymond on Sorc is sometimes used over Shroud. And there's also other builds where the Shroud doesn't really offer a big advantage over unique chests, for example, Insatiable Fury on the Bear, or the Werewolf chest. That's what makes Andy so bad now. Mostly they added the cooldown, and also the expansion kind of made crit builds generally better. And we just have like better ways of proccing stuff. Like, you know, if you want to make a proc build, Azeroth is just better than Andy, basically, unless you have some sort of like big poison synergy, like Spiritborn, I mean, first of all, can't use Azarath, but also has Noxious Resonance, which boosts poisoning damage in a big way. So Spiritborn has an Andaria build, but other classes don't have Noxious Resonance and have Azarath instead. Using Nagase and Neo Zac. Now there's a Seer Vex and Neo Full. It's also in the planner for the speed variant. And Polaris use Andariel for the Poison Puddle. Bad idea. Only 2 rip. Wait, how often do you expect me to die? Fuck. There's only one Twitch shop. The crossbow, man. That's some old school shit, right? Exclamation mark build. I'm gonna get some water. Yippee.
Better than starting from nothing.
Battery. Shame that. Not a bad close. Oh, too bad.
Too many commands. Okay, so what's your suggestion? $5 minutes, oh shit. What's the importance on Razor Plate for Spiritborn? Yeah, I'm gonna double check those actually now. After this Kuros run. Let me see on the Spiritborn. Because I'm not sure if the effect works for the Balazan stuff. But it's relatively easy to test. And I think I tested on PDR, but I don't remember. Oh, no. This upgrades an aspect. Wait, what? $20 out of 21. What the fuck? What does it upgrade? Two minutes. Why do I have a 20 out of 21? Maybe there's like a hidden damage number or something behind it. Because I'm not sure if that is actually just like scaling with the skill, or if that is like some like flat damage aspect kind of thing. It just doesn't say the number. Can't really say I've tried this thing. It upgrades 20 to 21. Maybe it just upgrades the codex rank. That's it. Very nice. We have so little progress here. What? Oh. Quickly. 11 seconds. Die! Okay. Easy. You can, Alex. I'm on T3. I got debated. Wait, how long have I been on T3? What the fuck? Ah, look. New objective. Yeah, Hydra Sorc is a very balanced build currently, guys. Very balanced. I also think Teleport Enchant is totally fine the way it works. The cooldown reduction values you can reach are perfectly reasonable. Don't you think? Barb getting a buff? Well, yes, but actually no. Because now the builds that are getting a buff are sadly going to be played or something. But it's one step of many to make Barb core skills great again.
See some steel you need? What's left, you ask?
For those people that are actually playing something like Upheaval or Hoda, they're definitely gonna notice it. Who is playing Hoda or Upheaval though? Anyone? Any enjoyers? I mean, for leveling it's gonna be certainly nuts. Early game. Is Sorc the best farming class for mats and XP? I mean, Sorc is generally the best farming class in every season, just because of teleport, basically. But that's usually like a very late game thing, you know, most people don't really get there. Or if they do, it takes them a long time to do that. But I mean, Hydra is like a build that is just like generally very good right now, even if you don't have GG gear. But then at some point it goes like this, and then it's kind of cracked. And if you look at the speed farming tier list that we have on Maxroll, it's basically just S tier is like all Sorc and then a few other builds sprinkled in. And that's every season, even if like Sorc is weak. It's like that every season anyway. Any link or video for boss? Yeah, there's a patch notes, and I also made a video a few days ago. I think it would be nice if Hydra remains a good A-B tier build. Yeah, it's a nice build. I shouldn't like nerf it or something that much, but I think like maybe tweaking it down a little bit, like a 5 pit tier adjustment or so would probably be in order. Because it is kind of cracked with how fast it is and how easy it is to set up and stuff. Disney Hope Incinerate or Charge Bolts. Dude, Incinerate would be nice if they allow us to move while using Incinerate. They should do, like I suggested to them, something like a 60% movement penalty. But you can move, you know, so if you make the penalty large enough, then you can even do it with like click to move and just, you know, hold it while you're walking in that direction, right? But yeah, WSD with Incinerate or like controller with Incinerate, that would be badass, man. I think. He's like a walking flamethrower. If you can make that work, that would be sick. Major changes incoming. Yeah, last time I checked, we have an expansion scheduled for next year. Can anyone keep up with Sorc? Yeah, you can't, you know, like, late game Sorc just always gets insane, basically. Because of cooldown and teleport enchant. I mean, you know, there is like, you know, one build which is pretty competitive with this, which is Evade. And there's a bunch of other builds that are like also like somewhere in like the 90-second range in terms of speed farming, like, I don't know, Boulder Druid, bunch of stuff on Rogue. Maybe some other builds like Quill or something, or Crushing Hand, but Crushing Hand is somewhat weak. So there's a bunch of other stuff that can also go pretty fast, but not 60-second fast. Like here I do a pretty consistent 60-70 seconds every run. And yeah, most classes are like more in the 90 to 120 seconds territory. Yeah, Death Trap is also more like a 90-second build. Will they ever fix the duping? If they want people to take the game seriously, they better fix it. They're still duping. Yes. Like, duping is probably the reason why a lot of people are even playing the game right now, to be honest. Like, without duping, then people would actually have to grind, like, the way that I'm grinding or something. I think there would be a lot of upset people suddenly. It's kind of like what keeps softcore economy afloat in the first place. They would have to play the game and aware, yes. I mean, truth is, with like, you know, just the way that the boss system works right now and all that, I think a lot of people would suddenly get a very rude awakening about duping. But I think in the long run, people would enjoy it a lot more after that initial, like, shock. Like, I hear from so many people, like, oh, it's boring, easy, no endgame, nothing to do. And yeah, I mean, if you, like, shortcut the progression by, you know, a factor of 3, or something like that, then I understand where that is coming from, you know? Of course you're gonna get fucking bored killing Belial 1,000 times over and over and one-shotting him. Like, who the hell is gonna enjoy that? Every day. And people always ask me, like, why am I enjoying playing this game so much? And, you know, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, the reason is I'm actually playing the video game, you know? And having fun doing so. And a lot of people take the duping or the, you know, buying duped material shortcut and don't enjoy the game. And you know, it makes total sense to me why they're not enjoying the game. They think that maybe they will like it more, or, you know, maybe they think, oh my god, I'm short on time, I want to grind faster, whatever, but in the end, they're just like sucking the enjoyment out of the game without even realizing. I do a season review video. It's still kind of early for that, I think. We're only 2 weeks in. Still in blast mode for now. The best way to farm mythics. I'm not sure if you were listening to the conversation we just had 2 minutes ago, but it's that. Just joined. Okay. Get many boss mods and kill many bosses. That's how I get mythics. Especially from Belial.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, Hydra Heads goes to plus 12 on a two-hander or plus 6 on one-hander. For these like small values, like 1 to 3, the way it works is every 30% in upgrades is a plus 1. So when you masterwork an item from 0 to 12, it's plus 45%. So that's a plus 1 basically. And then each masterwork crit basically adds another one. So it can go from 2 to 3, and then per masterwork crit another plus 1, so it goes from 3 to 6. All good varies. Good luck. Oh shit, the Thorns thing. Yeah, right. Wanted to answer that Razorblade question finally. Let's do it before I forget. The side drops on Stormers are getting nerfed. No, they're just fixing the bug with the season quest. The Stormers are untouched. And it's not really gonna like overall impact the opposite income too much. Even people that were like going ham on abusing the seasons thing. Yeah, it's still 2k for a strong room. And for refinement as well. Escalating dungeons, I would only run a portal side if you don't have 9 dungeon strong room sigils. You played Sorc this season? No, I played Sorc the least. I only made it yesterday. This is a pretty fresh character. No, I'm just testing Razorblade real quick. It's almost the same.
You don't talk very much, bounty hunter. Why?
Farewell, friend.
When was the last time I played softcore? Season 6, I grinded some stuff on softcore so that I have some things ready for PTRs. But otherwise, I actually have never played softcore in this game. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. This is 16 and 3k, and I just had a 61 and a 12k. That was a razor blade. It checks out perfectly. 20k is 4k, 15, like 16k, 15k is 3k, and then 60k is 12. The dot is like 20% per tick of the original. So yeah, razor blade affix is important. Here we go. Unique passive OGA. Well, a perfect razor blade affix is 20% DPS. 10% chance to do 200 extra. Now, how much does the Thorns do? The razor blade here is 2.4, 3.3, 3.4k thorns. 4k thorns. 5.2k. 5.6. Like, you have like 6k thorns maybe. So with a 20% boost, that's or like, I guess the minimum affix on a razor blade is a 10% boost and the maximum is a 20% boost, right? So you could lose something like 10% of your total thorns. So something like 600 thorns is roughly the value of a Maxroll effect over a min roll effect. So this is kind of how you have to see it. Shit. I said a Maxroll razor plate effect is around 600 flat thorns over a bin roll. It does matter. We got the affix as the lowest priority on the guide. My question is, do we change the priority? And this is like 240 flat thorns. So the mineral on one of these is a difference of 223. So for example, if two of these are mineral, but you have a 200 affix, that is still slightly better than everything maxed, but 100 affix. Because the difference here is 600 flat thorns, we said. So per 10% affix, it's like 60 thorns. So something like this would be an equivalent. Okay. Yeah, so the maximum damage you lose from having like a minimum roll here is the same as something like this. So I guess we could probably say that the effect is the most important stat actually. So maybe just do that. Got to put the astronaut here for the push. I have the guide of that, but I didn't put it here, only in the bill, I guess. Thanks, Bagmoth. Appreciate it, Thomas. I had a 3GA 140 and a 1GA 190, so 3GA would be better. Yeah, I mean, count the pawns, man. So you can say 60 pawns per 10% affix. Like after the full masterwork, so... Yeah, I guess a 3GA 140 is probably better, because it's a lot more pawns. That's been the most fun pen shot. Painshot and Lunge have been the two most fun builds, I think. Like a big one class over, which one will it be? It's a tough choice. Probably Rogue. Better over Cosmic and why an ult instead of Hydra. I mean, which catalyst you use is kind of irrelevant, as long as it has a less than 10 seconds cooldown. And you wanted to put it on the ult so that you can trigger the attack speed gem.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Watch the hammer sings on your return.
Hello? Shame that. Hello? Well, Vasily's ghost.
Better than starting from nothing.
We got a new neck. Wound and hit good for pull. Yeah, you need one roll of it. Usually on the ring though, if you can get it there. I think the ski got broken. Not the worst idea, Valve at Valve swords. Yes, that's correct, Donkey. I'm not playing Sword of Razorblade. Yeah, sometimes items break when you link them. I'm not sure why exactly. But I can't click on your item. That's pretty juicy neck for sure. Oh, this level is 100. The dragon lore. Holy.
Open road is nice, but I did miss civilization.
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
You still use Hydra enchant with Ophidian Iris? Yeah, I am running Hydra enchant. You can also do Familiar enchant, but then you have to spend 3 points on this. to get a 10% damage buff. This does nothing, this does nothing. So it's 3 points for 10% damage. And I guess we'll take them from here, which is not such a big deal, but the Hydras that come from the enchant still do a little bit of damage. It's probably not 10% of the total, but it's something. And I get to keep the points, and I have more overall lucky hit, which means I proc my resource thing more often, so I kind of like this Hydra enchant. And in T4 content, for example, the Hydras can actually kill shit. Even without all of the buffs from Serpentine and stuff. It's a broken build. Even the Hydra enchant Hydras kill shit in T4. I think science has gone too far. Fuck Scythe, that's good.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Hello, shining. Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
What? balanced. To be fair, this is not really any different from Sorcs the last 4 seasons. So... Pretty hard to play other builds after playing this one in Season 9. Well, the strat is you play this last. So you're going to spoil the fun of the other builds. Never go full meta, you know? I already made Meteor last season, I'm not gonna do it now. Last season you also had a 15% extra CDR, which was very nice on the Uriva power. That actually made it feel decently smooth without Giga Gear. I'm waiting for like a real Meteor update at some point to play it.
I'll keep my forge hot. Ritter.
Hello. Not a bad solo. Shame that. Go one more?
I should only do T4 layer bosses if we can kill them easy and fast. Let's do T3. It's like a 20% efficiency gap or so with same kill speed. Plus, okay, materials are obviously a bit more efficient as well. Because you just get generally more stuff. Shell is almost killing me. Any idea how to survive that? Yes. Use Auspicious. Especially like a tempo on your pants or something. So like this you can get to 100% barrier. And then Vital Strikes heals you whenever you're in combat. Patches tomorrow. What's a good way to grind for gear once you're max level? Uniques from their bosses and legendaries from pits or hordes. Strong moves are also pretty good. They drop a lot of stuff. But they're very random. I like farming legendaries in the pit because I can Gamba. Should open my rep caches actually and see what I get. But yeah, they're pretty good. But that brings account bounds.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you mean?
23. Oh boy.
Need something forged? Good sell. Mm-hmm.
Okay, not that crazy what I got here. Night, Sophie. Those were the season wrap caches. At 23. Thanks, I-5. We should have 39 mouse, man. The GA cooldown focus just to break the Hydra head temper. I don't need GA cooldown necessarily, but it does help a bit if your other cooldown values are a bit scuffed. Chisholm Blades is the best rogue build we're pushing right now. It has done like 107, I think. It's actually noticeably ahead of the others. Leave use on any Spiritborn build? I mean like a legendary glaive? Not really. Usually it's all quarter stuff. I guess on some builds it doesn't matter too much. If you have perma, armored hide and so on anyway. This is a Sorc shiny. I wonder how that is with Pain Gorges now, actually. Pain Gorges makes a lot of stuff decent. So, who knows? My runes are outdated in a planner. Are they? Actually correct. I thought I had changed this, but apparently not. The flying bat's better at picking up stuff? I'm not sure. But in D3, that was the case. And so, I'll forever use a flying pet in this game. Oh, Megalol. And Semantic. Hey, Coco. He's starting a rogue because what I'm used to, and Necro is despair. I remember you talking about the Necro earlier. Good choice. Well, it's not at Blizzard, but Blizzard has shown basically all the creators of what's coming. And it looks pretty good. Great, and the OBR in?
What's left, you ask?
Hello, shame hello, shining beauty.
Oh shit, I'll be fine, man. This is a hybrid Chain Lightning Hydra build. No. So what is ball lightning on my bar? Second of all, the ball lightning does nothing but trigger stuff. It doesn't actually do any damage. So you have to reset my evade cooldown, which is my teleport. Besides the teleport I actually have on the bar. And then it triggers, for example, familiars and lightning spears, and those lightning spears trigger vulnerable. Binding stacks. And all of that triggers like a hit chance to restore resource on my weapon. When does the actual difficulty in this game begin? Well, the difficulty doesn't really come from the game itself, but from how efficient you play it. I mean, that's kind of true for like every RPG out there, right? It's always about efficiency, you know. These games are not necessarily hard by default. It's about how fast are you at beating the game, or how fast are you compared to others. This is where the difficulty comes from. Technically you can use chain lightning, but practically it's just shooting yourself in the foot for no reason, because chain lightning is a slower animation, gives you less crackle, but maybe enough. Doesn't give you an attack speed buff like ball lightning does. It doesn't really offer any other advantage. And in fact, probably just drains your mana even more to use chain lightning, which you kind of want to avoid. Because you need mana for your Hydra. Flicker Step good. Flicker Step are an alternative to normal boots with attacks reduce evade cooldown and the big masterwork like this. Some people use them. I think it makes the whole like teleport evade cooldown combo a little bit easier to reach. Also, I know some people use it in pushing, so that they can reset your Inferno, for example, all the time without the Zek rune. Yo, Chris, thanks, man. How much mana? I have 354 max mana with bot. Yeah, that's also true, Donkey. The game is actually most enjoyable if you play like A or B tier builds or something. They're like in a good spot. The S tier builds are generally kind of overtuned. And this one is the most overtuned of them all. So I'm also having fun with this, but if I had like season starters, it wouldn't be the same, I guess. Just nice to grind some gaunts right now and just go fast. But I don't want to do this like all day, every day. Shaco, Focus, Exile, exactly. Those are passive for a bit of mana. That's kind of low impact. Stoneclaw can't be played on keyboard. It was the issue with keyboard on Stoneclaw. Sorry, Apubo. I'll see what I can do about that. Oh. Get XP shrine. I guess that might be a very tiny efficiency upgrade. It means roughly 5% more XP per hour, so we have to... A bit less than that actually. It's 4% more XP per hour. So you can spend 4% off an hour getting the pool. So you can spend 2.5 minutes on getting a pool. I guess that's kind of worth it if you have a Forgotten Wisdom dungeon, but you have to get the sigils. Yeah, whatever. It's too minor. At 110 with only mediocre and Sessa gear on Hydra Sorc, what coin would you recommend to run? I mean, yeah, first of all, choose a difficulty where you can easily blast for everything. Then get the glyphs up. If you have all of the important uniques already, focus on the glyphs. And you should probably easily enter Torment 4 soon. Then you just like kind of grind up a bunch of nightmare dungeons. Get Autoside, get Masterworks, get good ancestral stuff. And then grind up big glyphs again. Then you can like work on mythics. Do the boss feel good since the patch? Well, there was no patch yet. This build is not getting buffed. But other than that, yeah. The boss are nice that they're doing tomorrow. But we'll see like what they will do about like Nightmare Dungeons, Legions and so on. So let's wait. Not a bad neck. John Maxroll, it seems. I'm gonna ask Snowfall to see what he says about it. Maybe you can add some giga speed version like this. Ban this guy. 12 Hydra heads first try. Leaderboards come out, what will I be playing? I think for when the leaderboards first come out, I will be playing the ultra meta build of whatever class that will be at that moment. Just so I can have the biggest amount of competition. Then we load up the rogue. Ricky, I don't think you are mad.
Hello, not a bad pull that. Too bad, friend.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
When did I create a sorcerer? Yesterday. Said yesterday, Holy Senate. Do people ever get 4J Ubers in hardcore? Some people got very lucky. But I mean, there's generally like a lot less mythics floating around here. Since, you know, a lot of people die and reroll and don't really farm bosses very efficiently and don't farm Belial all day, every day because there's no dude mats and so on. So, you know, the item acquisition is generally way slower in hardcore compared to the softcore blaster trading economy. Yes, yesterday. That's the day before today. The whole farm Belial thing goes away next season. Well, I mean, you can just not buy Belial mats and then enjoy the rest of the game a bit more. It's a pretty good strat, actually. Or level 1 you only get legendary temper manuals. I'm not sure if that's really the case, but when you open the Whisper caches you get a lot of legendaries. I'm not sure if that's really related to level 1 though. I think it just comes from the legendary. From the Whisper caches basically. Because even if you open them all at once, I think there's still blue manuals and stuff at some point. Shaco is the most important. What paragons recommended for D4? Not really any. But if you don't have high paragon level, then you might struggle with armor and res, and you have to roll out a bit more in your gear. But for a build like this, I mean, you know, this build is way too powerful, and you can do with 0 paragon if you want T4. I go all in D4 right now. Be the very best, like no one ever was.
What's left, you ask?
Hello? Not a bad thing. Hello, shining beauty.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, this character doesn't really have like a real target right now. This character is basically done. I'm blasting it for like 20 hours now. I got like 7 glyphs at 100 or 8 glyphs now or something. All the gear. I mean, I can masterwork my stuff better and probably get like a 20% DPS upgrade from that. And that's basically it. So I'm not gonna waste my materials on that now. So for now, I'm just kind of like enjoying the grind with a fast build. Tomorrow is Stormclaw. I guess I should go do some bosses. I have way too many boss mods. I think it's gonna fun on the Sorc. Maybe I can even like find some items to sell. But I'm trying to sell my Serpentine aspect and no one has added me yet. I have 100% Serpentine. And no one wants to buy it. I'm kind of surprised. Or did I miss a friend request? There was a friend request, maybe I missed that. But maybe that was unrelated. This build is called Hydra. Sorc. Has Pit 150 been achieved in hardcore? Legitly. Yeah, in Season 7, like, every class but Spiritborn was able to do 150. And especially Necro was very powerful and not bugged. And I did a 1 day rush from 0 to Pit 150 with my Necro. That was fun. You have 1200 health on your Sorc. Are you like level 30 or like what is that? What do you mean you have 1200 health? This Andarius is as playable. I have a Spiritborn Andariel build if you want to play that really badly. But I wouldn't really recommend to do anything with Andariel other than that. If you want to see it, it's in the Equivalent guide in a variant. One point is All-Star GA on Shroud for Hydra. Not at all.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. My hammer sings on your return.
Well, hello, shining beauty.
What's still got some good in it?
Der Schurke, Bohican. No, it's called Jäger actually in this game, right? In German. For some reason they translate Rogue to Jäger, I think, in German client. Which is kind of weird. But buying Vessel of Hatred? If you're serious about playing the game, yes. If you just wanna like try it out a little bit this season and stuff, you don't have to. Like Lost Aura as a Jaina skin. One focus is not better than two-handed, but it makes it easier to do the perma-teleport. Congrats, Byron. Need a reason.
Well, hello, shining beauty.
Before endgame gold push like the leaderboard in D3. Well, there are unofficial leaderboards, but no official leaderboards yet. But soon TM. Besides that, yeah, we'll see that. For a lot of people, it's also just like making a character and getting to the end, which can take enough time. Or just like, you know, medium and maxing it and stuff.
Use it well.
I'm just enjoying the grind right now. Nothing I'm grinding for currently. I guess Paragons. I'm just having fun. But we could make it better.
Well, hello, shame that. Go one more?
What's left, you ask?
How much resource do we need on the Sorc?
Yes.
Return soon.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary.
Right chunk build, Kirkus.
What colour and brilliance. The stars made manifest. Wear the stars around your neck. Well done. Well done. Beware the envious, my friend.
No pizza.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Let's see. Dude, Chuck rune. What the fuck does it even do? What the hell is Chuck? Lightning bolt.
The stars made manifest.
Dude, I love these pop-ups on the top left, man. I can't see shit.
What colour and brilliance. The stars made manifest.
Okay, this hollow deal gave us 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, 18, 22, 25, 28, 29 legendaries. Not that terrible. 4 Eoms. Almost a Shaco. 3 Ohms. 3 Jars. Okay. 3 Ahus. Yo, monies. That should be like 3 Ahu, 4 Eom, 3 Ohm. That should be like a billion, roughly. The others don't VSL. Press whisper, but my focus is not in the chat, so I have to click on it. No, am I can this N? That's because it's on the amulet, which has a 50% boost. That's a nice ring. I think the aspect you're talking about is Plains Power. Awaken is in. And that aspect has a bigger value when you have Mystic Circle potency. Okay, World Boss in 6 minutes. Sure. I think I will go there. Oh, we can do like a run or two. One sec. Two AM for 300. I can do that. Are you hardcore, Raisin? Okay. The best Rouge build. I'd say overall, for me, the winner is Pinshot. But the highest pusher is TB. I mean, fundamental release, you have to stack. And the season's content is just always 60%. So that matters a little bit for like lasting at this pace. But also like 220 paragons, your gear is maybe not as optimized. My character is pretty dicked out, besides the missing orange masterworks. If you died, your character is gone. There's no solution there. If that's on a DC, this is it. But usually you should not die in a DC, because you have the scroll. Do you not have a scroll? Or did you die with a scroll anyway? Scroll's supposed to save you. But it can happen, I guess, that your character just like instantly gets blasted before the game recognizes that he DC'd. If you're like, you know, kind of squishy or like in the middle of a bunch of explosions or something. But yeah, usually if you DC, you should be safe with a scroll. You have orange masterworks, I cost 10 pieces. Okay, that's pretty sick. But I mean, it does come down a bit to like the map knowledge and you know, actually piloting the build. You know, this is very fast paced. The, you know, one-to-one teleport cycle. You know, putting the Hydras in the right places at the right time. You know, moving to the right corners and stuff to find the elites. Like, there's a little bit of like, you know, reading the map involved and so on to actually do a consistent like 60, 70 seconds runs. Okay, do the one more and then boss, I guess. 2 minutes. Yeah. Doable. Doable. I think hardcore characters should go to softcore on death. No. That was for the rune, right? Can we do the afterworld boss? Actually, I realized running to the world boss is that gonna be faster when I teleport compared to the horse? I guess it is faster. Right? Probably faster than a horse on this build. Oh my god. I got a slow run here. Like 30 seconds or something. I need to join someone, I think. It's usually good to be there a little bit early so that you actually get into an instance where there's some people. So cutting it too close for the world boss is usually not a good idea, actually.
I forge more than horseshoes and hammer sings on your
He's actually here. I'm in a different party now, what? Wait, I just like joined 2 different parties. What the fuck was that? Wait, what's going on? Okay, first guy's dead. Why is the boss so far down here? Like, what the hell is going on? I join in and the first guy is already dead. Let's go. Yo, Awaken the Sand. Thanks for 5, dude. Appreciate it. Good start, man. I load in. The shower rips the guy. Somehow they kited the boss down here. And this guy's standing there, okay. Maybe he dies too. Gonna try to aggro the boss. Is there like a way to aggro him? Yeah, you have trouble banning when there's like too many like Sorcs and stuff. You see all these ball lightnings floating around. Or Death Turb Rogues. And a bunch of other builds. funny how little like the poison bullets do. I just stand in them, my barrier goes down like 2% per second or something. Okay, thanks our party. Rake, Spiritborn, fully geared, getting one shot at T4. That doesn't sound fully geared to me, unless you're like very low Paragon. It's kinda hard to cap armor and resist on it. Okay, what do you want? 2 Aeons, right? How much life do I have, Umpa? Thank you.
Goodbye.
Ah, that was you, Melo. Yeah, sometimes the boss is aggro's on someone, and then, you know, if that someone is like at the edge, the boss just runs all the way down there, and the guy was just like leeching there and got clapped. Funny. Take the last one too. Okay, I actually have 2 more Aeons. The 4 planner is not working. What's the issue? That boy will never reach hardcore shove again. Maybe. I do find it kind of funny that someone is trying to leech and then dies on a world boss, I gotta say. On the other hand, I mean, they're not losing much, right? If your character is not even ready to fight a world boss, it's not that bad. In Paragon 135, 9k, armor isn't maxed, and rest is 60. Yeah, okay, I mean, the survivability will come with more Paragons in that case. 135 is pretty low, it's just the build is very powerful, so you easily go to Torment 4. But then you end up with like low life, low res, low armor, and you're getting clapped pretty easily. So maybe just stick to Torment 3 for now, where you're capped, you're blasting for everything, and you're chilling. And then farm the pit a little bit. You can farm like pit 54, for example, right before the Torment 4 difficulty. Get a few guns there. Get your glyphs up and so on. And then you get to 200 pretty fast. Song is Cyber Creator. Easy door. I did check, did I get a tribute? Dude, I have 24 titans. Shit. I should run my titans. But I have so many fucking boss mats, dude. think you're farming too much pit. I think it's time to do a bit of Kurust. 280 gauns. Okay, but I will get this Elementalist Glyph to 100. Let's do that. Fuck. I said Whirlpools are pretty good. They have the Mythic Tributes. So when there's a bunch of people and they go down fast, I think they're valuable. And the chance is like maybe 10% or so for a tribute. Eh. What the fuck? I got stuck there. Why do I think LA and PoE hardcore sends to softcore instead of full death? Because they're weak. The traditional hardcore thing from the past. No, hardcore was always losing a character, at least in Diablo. PoE and LE came after that. So I don't know, PoE just did that at some point, I guess. I mean, there's like an argument for and against, I guess. Yes, Oldham. This is not NCS, Sidak. You take that A1. You want one or two, Raisin? I have two. Okay, after this bit. for music to stream on your lowly channel. Well, I have a playlist here. I mean, you can use the same playlist if you want. But what you have to do is you have to either not save your VODs on Twitch, or you have to make like an audio split. I have an audio setup for Twitch where on the live stream I have the music playing, but if you go to the VOD, there's no music. So you can't do that. For example, there's a program called Virtual Audio Cable. You can get it for like $5. And that allows you to like pretty easily set this up with OBS with different audio channels. I found it odd that the two games that are supposed to be better RPGs cheat on the hardcore portion. I don't think anyone really cares that much, to be honest. If a character is dead in Last Epoch or in PoE, it's dead anyway. Like who the hell plays their character after it died? So yeah, very few people I think. Out of the very few people that play hardcore already, so no one cares. But it does have advantages, you know, you can use the character for testing or whatever, or you can finish your character after it has died if you want, or something like that, right? It's also nice that this exists in some ways. Yeah, for example, in Last Epoch, you know, usually when I'm done with a character, I will just like kill it off, you know, I go Uber Upperoth, or I go push corruption until I die, or something like that. But, or I do Arena, right? Arena will always end in its character death, basically. So it's like, there's only one outcome. So, you know, if you're done with your character, you just go kill it. But for example, I might want to use my chance that I have to push the hardcore arena ladder until I die. But then I can still do the corruption push and just see, like, how far can I go, right? So that's kind of nice in Last Epoch, I feel. So that's what I've done, for example, back in Season 1 with my Falconer. I actually had this funny bug where I ended up on rank 1 on hardcore and softcore at the same time. My in the arena. That was very funny, actually. So basically what happened is I was pushing arena, I died at wave 440, but the Falcon doesn't die. The Falcon cleared the wave, but I was already dead, and my character was already converted to softcore. I was just lying there. And then that counted as my character being on softcore, and I got the 441 softcore clear as well, or something like that. That was hilarious. Yeah, that was great. It was a pretty funny incident. To receive your infos on Discord? No, because that's not me you're talking to. That's a scammer. You should not give them your info. But anyway, about this, you know, Last Epoch arena thing, right? So I did the arena thing, I died, and then I was like, okay, now let's see how far I can go corruption. And I just played corruption higher and higher until I died as well. You know, I did like a pseudo hardcore run basically. And it's kind of cool, you know. I think this is like super fun in Last Epoch, because you just have ways to like inevitably kill your character. You will die eventually if you go up in corruption, and you will die eventually if you go in arena. And I kind of like that in Last Epoch. And you can still do both, thanks to the system where the character is not getting deleted after you die. I like that as well. Or like, I don't know, like you send it off, you go Uber Abaroth, and most likely you'll die, unless you build this like Giga OP and you know exactly what you're doing. But you know, you can still like just attempt Abaroth until you actually kill him, or something, you know, just to get the conclusion. So that's also nice. Like I did that on my Heartseeker, for example, this season, right? I leveled the Heartseeker to 100, I decked it out and stuff. And I was like, okay, what now? And then I just did Uber Aberoth, and I died. But yeah, like 1 or 2 hours of attempts, and I actually killed Uber Aberoth. And that was insane on the marksman, that was really fun. And I did it. Okay, we got the glyph at 100. So, I think it's time for a bit of Kurast action. Actually, do I want to do Kurast on this? Or do I just go on the Barb? What do you guys say? Maybe just go on the Barb. Any Barb enjoyers? Need enough Sorc for now. For my Druid. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do Stormclaw tomorrow. It's fine, we're gonna be on a Druid. I think I'm just gonna load up the Barb and start blasting. Just need to get my Shard and my Pain Gorgeous on the Rogue. And I guess a Shroud. No, we don't have Shroud on the Barb actually. But the starters, I guess. You see Pit Push, a top buff on Pit Level was Pimp. What do you mean with that? Why are we doing so many pits? Expecting to get what? XPs. I have like 1500 pits left until Paragon 300.
You lose a little mass to dust.
I need to put the tributes. That's a lot of tributes. In unspent Paragon. Nice. Oh, speed.
A potent quantity indeed.
Oh, I got a perfect moonrise somewhere on the way. Very nice. Refinement. That's none of that. He got 30 billion for a buckaroo. Yo. Patches tomorrow. Flavor was very fun. And the Flame plus Raja combo is cool. Can I get away with a Jar Rune in here? Dude, I think yes. I think it's gonna like remove my Earthquake stuff. I put a Jar Rune. I can go fast. I think that's the move. Dude, Moni Jar. I'm doing it. You're gonna be stuck here for a while, so... I have so much damage in T4 at this point. Prefer Unleash over Amethyst for mana regen? Yes. It allows you to like spam the full mana Hydras more often. I mean, you have the like a hit restore resource thing, but it's not 100% consistent. So I just like to have the extra mana to cast them more often with higher mana basically. Sometimes you just have to wait out the regen. You don't always get a proc.
In fighting hard, stick to the trees and keep safe. Spirits guide my hand. As they come.
It does damage, but we have plenty. Please though, I want more wolves. It's nice with the Javelin though. Can I make Nagu and Seerun work? I guess I can, right? Can do Cosmic Anomaly to get started. Every 5 seconds we get one of them. And then in Nagu procs we get the wolves, and then it kind of self-sustains. We get more, I can try. Shit, I need to kill some more. I missed one of the flames. Not a good idea. Let's try it. Yo, GA core. The price for the 4GA Ophidian Iris. Lambo? Okay, the problem is I need to like not use my wrath for a while so that I start beating wolves. Basically. Now where are my wolves? This combo doesn't really seem to work actually. Even when I don't press wrath for some reason. Like the wolves should easily self-sustain now. And then get more. But it doesn't seem so.
I wonder are your fingers.
Level to the Shocking Impact build. Sarmos showed me he cleared 101 with Shocking Impact build. Pretty good. Yeah, you can see the hardcore on the right. That's a tag. Dude, Leap is such a fun skill, man. It's just hilarious. With Iris sold for 1T. Holy. A trillionaire. Use store. Yeah, people usually give like, you know, stacks of Belial mods, stacks of runes and so on, I think, when the trade is above 100 billion. So for some reason these things that can also be duped, for some reason have any kind of value. And so people use that. Pen shot. And the mana cell. Clearing stuff on the way. Like, cleared all the flames. Somehow, sometimes it's not enough. Overfine Escobato. I'm an upheaval enjoyer. But double swing as well. I mean, I've played a lot of double swing. But for leveling in particular, I love going upheaval and just blasting shit. You know, waiting for the time when upheaval is actually like a good build. I like upheaval a lot. But this has just never really been good. Yeah, Companion Druid is not a very fast build, but it's relatively strong. I'm not sure exactly how its play this is. I mean, you have Cry Rune to pull stuff. It might not be that bad if you vortex everything all the time. I'm not sure what's the Maxroll guide like, but I remember trying to pull stuff together is really good. And with Cry Rune, you can do that pretty reliably. Does Frostbolt ever get used? Yeah, it's not a very strong item. Nice payback build after Spiritborn. Yeah, after the patch. Maybe we have a Thorns payback build that we actually brought back for this season. We revived the guide on Maxroll. The patch is not buffing that, but it is buffing a crit version of that build, which we used to have before that. And that I actually want to play and try to do something with Pain Gorgers, because if there's a build on Spiritborn that works with Pain Gorgers, it's payback. And maybe Thunder Spike. So that build would get buffed by the patch, although the buff is kind of mild. But I want to try that. What's going on, meat pockets? I mean, this is the faster farmer Sorc mods. Well, in particular, the strong room diamond engines are roughly even with refinement tributes. And those two are roughly 50 to 100% better than hordes. So, considering it's cleared like a, I don't know, 120 or so, I would say yes. Pretty good. Pretty warm. Rogue is alive. Well, Rogue number 2 is alive.
Good materials here.
These all the retirement materials I have. Okay. Not that many actually. I'll just blast through them. 20 more. Lots about the site. Polarise is S tier and it's getting a buff tomorrow, that's correct. A strange turn of events. Somehow that happened. And it still has a bug fix coming that also makes it another few tiers stronger at some point. Hopefully. Weird. What if bug fixes? Yeah, as I said, a few tiers it should go up. It's definitely gonna be like the number one after the Spadasan builds. Those will eventually get bug fixed as well, and then will be weaker, so... Full rise will get bug fixed, it will be stronger. And Polv bossing S tier? Yeah, Polv is insane for everything basically.
I have devoured many.
I do not understand what he's saying, William. Only Hydra feels good bossing, any other build sucks. Not really. We actually had like a long discussion about the bossing tier list on Saturday. Like, what the hell are we gonna do? Like, half these builds just like insta-kill Belial at some point. So, what the hell? So we try to kind of sort it by how easy is it to get to the point where you insta-kill Belial. And that's what we done in the end. Bossing of Polv feels so bad. Wait, what's the issue with that? Oh, you're talking about Grizzly Rage. Yeah, I mean, right now you can like very easily just press the button again, right? So, but even without that, if you have a bit of Grizzly Rage duration, then you just need to like, you know, back-to-back chain spawn the bosses and you're fine. Because you always like refresh the duration. Okay, plenty of bosses on my Polv. Yeah, so you kind of one-shot some bosses because of the mechanics. But then, you know, you still imply that you like insta-face them, right?
Another adventure done.
I don't really want to play Necro. I don't have any build I really want to go for right now. So I think I'll skip Necro this season. I'm enjoying the other classes a lot, and rather just like, you know, play a bit more Barb now, play a bit more Sorc, you know, I want to try a few other builds. I want to cook a bit of stuff on the Spiritborn, and so on. So, dude, I need to make a Protector Spiritborn build. Holy, how about that? Is new content coming? 2.5 months. And it's the pit 100 speedrun. And the Barb is not strong enough for that. But this build has cleared 107 or so. I can do like 85s in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes maybe or so. 90 maybe, also a little bit longer. Forging boss materials are only useful if you want to target one specific or uniques. You mean at the alchemist? Yeah, you can convert the mods a little bit around, but I actually never do that. Meteor is getting buffed. I wish I would buff the cooldown of the Meteor a little bit on the helm. I feel like the damage is fine, it's just kind of like, it always feels clunky. Unless you have like insane gear. Lunging legit. Lunging is very legit. Why Undercity? I'm doing tributes, refinement for Opticide, and I'm gonna do Titan for boss mats. So I'm just trying to get rid of these right now. Because I still have to masterwork a few builds. We have 70k Opticide now. I have to do Stormclaw, Earth Spike, Payback, and then maybe more stuff I'm gonna cook. So I'm just sticking up, like, Opticide now. It feels better when I have some in the bank, you know? Compared to making a build and then, ugh, I have nothing. Honestly, the best way to farm boss mats? Yeah, by far. I'm actually gonna make a video about this because I did a test the other day with some data, which was pretty insightful. But yeah, Titan tributes are insane for us. Farming refinement tributes, yeah. Yeah, the refinement tributes are good and the Titans. Should definitely farm those. Oh, stuff, I think we missed one flame. Haven't found a good shard or pain gorgeous. Yeah, shard is really a pain. My shard is also, like, it's okay, but it's by far the weakest item I have. Like, just the shard alone, I can probably get like 25% extra DPS still or something. It's actually nuts. So hard to get that thing. And mine is already pretty good. Slime is not fast off the side. It's around even. If you do strong room 9 dungeons versus refinement, it's pretty close. I can do like around 800 opposite a minute. Here it's like 2.5 minutes a Kuras run for 2k. And it's roughly the same time for like a strong room, which also gives 2k. If I could create a unique, what would I create? Well, that's a question I need to answer for PoE 2 actually. I do have some interesting ideas, but I have not decided yet fully. I mean, 44, I don't know what I would do. I'd have to think about that. It would probably be a class agnostic item though. I want to make something that's just like very fun for everyone. Dude, imagine if Blizzard did like the thing that PoE does when sometimes they do like these boss races and then the winners get to design a unique for that boss or some shit. Holy. That'll be fun, dude. I've been using this build. Any tips? I don't know. Hold down right click, kill shit. What do you want me to say? I think an item that could be very interesting would be an item that has more than 2 sockets. They can have one ritual rune and multiple invocation runes. Six-linked weapon. Chance to cast a random core skill. Yeah, I mean that is like funny, but it's just fluff. At least in the current game. Got a deal for a 4GA Rotting Nightbringer, 600% for 450 billion from a Chinese guy. This guy is about to scam himself. Sounds like a good deal actually. Because the best Rotting Nightbringer is not 4GA, it's 3GA. Would a 3GA be better? And because you're gonna have like, I don't know, 85 or 90% RCR on that thing. And then you have a Starless for another 50. And your Polarize is gonna cost like 3 fucking resource. Like you're never gonna proc your Ancestral Guidance. What Abyss, 3J Lightbringer, 600% for 10 billion at the start of the season. Easy. Would you use a greater rift affix like a hit in Russia, 24.3%, or greater affix cooldown and 20.5? Well, I mean, if you can make it work, or you want to have the bigger damage, right? But if the cooldown is not enough, it's not enough. Which? Glad you're enjoying it. What are you playing? The last guy was enough. That was close. Yo, Nico. Thanks for the 54 months, dude. That's a good way to see it. Another month closer to the expansion. Hog. Just give us the expansion already. Just release it. Where is it? Guys, we know you have a paladin. Seriously releasing another expansion and the game is in this state? Well, I guess the point of the expansion is to move the game from this state to a better state, right? That's kind of what an expansion usually does. Well, he isn't. Ooplatty. I generally recommend Rake though. It's just like the comfiest of the cooldowns and so on. You always do it as Pit 9 now, you have no idea how to get another times 50 damage to do 110 plus. Do we need times 50 from that? It's probably a bit less that it need, but yeah, it's a lot. I mean, part of it is also fishing. And then, you know, maybe stuff like Quack's Rune, better gear, like, you know, it all multiplies, like maybe the glyph levels. And, you know, it adds up. Get good also helps. Did I see the aspect of explosive mist and Necro? Does it work? Yeah, I mean, there used to be a build called Infinimist, which is one of the Necromancer classics in the early seasons. But yeah, they changed it so immunity skills can't cool down anymore, and I have no idea actually what happened to that aspect. Maybe it doesn't even work anymore. It's just there. Patch tomorrow. Stoneclaw hype, guys. I gotta try that. Oh, it's cooking already. I have to build. More GAs or the aspect import on Razorblade? You kind of want both. But 3 GA 165 is decent. Yeah, Stormclaw is a build around the staff. Like, that is the build, right? Some water, BRB. back. Okay, so yeah, it seems like this explosive aspect. It still does the explosions, but it doesn't get the cooldown anymore, I guess. It's just a long forgotten aspect that no one cares about. How do fire damage to benefit from wildfire CDR? It's mostly the hunter. And in some setups the Ravager. So kinda hunter reset itself. Any major updates to the patch? Yeah, the patch doesn't really bring like any major shifts or something. Besides, Legion events might be farmable now again. And Nightmare Dungeons, some affixes were changed and maybe some other tweaks. I mean, for the Barb build here, if Ugly Bastard Helm wasn't bugged, we would actually run that over Perdition Helm. Grandfather is nice, but not really, you know, the main reason why this build is good. And Starless is actually a relatively minor upgrade. So you can definitely get away without mythics just fine on the lunge until you get them. Enjoy, Alfredo. Why nothing procs pain gorgeous besides wolves? Because those other things you mentioned are not skills. You have to use a skill. For some reason wolves are skills. But all the other things are sub-skills, and they are not actually counting for stuff like pain gorgeous. Which makes me wonder, can we actually trigger wolves and then use the soul rune to trigger other class skills? Does that count? What's the order priority for Mythics or Pulth? Perdition is probably number 1. And then kind of whatever. I guess Shroud second, and then Starless. Wolves don't say Druids wolves, so it doesn't count as another class. Well, are we sure about that, though? I just hold right click. Yeah, NATO's not that great, but Shred is actually doing pretty good right now. But yeah, Pulf is Pulf is pretty powerful for sure. But you know what? Nothing wrong with that. I can absolutely live with Pulverize just staying in S tier forever. Yeah, Boiler is done 105 with Shred even, and he's updated the Maxroll guide for it. Shred is actually blasting. For the werewolf enjoyers. And this puppet is launching strike. Yeah, stagger counts as being CC'd by every crowd control. So you get the frozen effect, Grimhood. GA Fisher Finesse. Yeah, that's GG. That's what you basically want on every rogue build.
I have devoured many. I have become you.
Hi Cristiano, you can find it in the description.
Pick something new at this.
4 more tributes. And then we have 100k out the side. Nice. So nice for this build. Let's just get so much AoE coverage. Yeah, the wolves count for pain gorgers, that's why I use them mainly. Should I not buy the latest expansion? You can play the game right now and the season without the expansion, but it's gonna be a bit scuffed, you're gonna be a bit weaker, you don't have access to some things. So if you are serious about playing the game, especially like late game stuff, then you should definitely get it. Also, for example, a lot of builds rely on some things they can only get with expansion. So you're not gonna find any build guides or something like that that are like, you know, strictly vanilla builds. in Skagar, Proklete. Is there a reason why Gregoire is so big? Good question. WD-40, what is that? Huh? Thank you, Kodama. I have strong calves, I guess. Damon Sorc. Yeah, Sorc doesn't have that much muscle, but he can teleport. This Barb didn't skip leg day though. My Barb's so nerfed. Also, I can finally fix the balance a bit. I mean, Earthquake is still quite playable, though. Is there a specific cooldown breakpoint for speed Hydra? I don't know about a specific value for the cooldown. But you need like pretty insane cooldown. I have a triple masterwork Shaco. I have a perfect temper triple masterwork evade on the boots. I have a GA double masterwork Russia ring. And 12 out of 12 no crit offhand. And that is about enough. One more, okay. The possibility to see the skin collab as I come back? I don't think so. I mean, who knows, maybe in a long time from now. They're gonna do like some event and do some comeback of the best skins of all the collabs or something. But I guess we're talking about years from now. Yeah, you want to get the teleport and shine down to like, I think 1.7 is fine. Potential rich key passive. Close quarter. What would I suggest to make home points and inner side better? Yeah, inner side just needs like a bit of a revamp, I think. Combo points are okay, it's just that the meta is not very combo points friendly. I think step 1 is delete second wind. Like, that passive should have never been made, basically. And that would help combo points a lot already. It just generally balance out rogue a lot better. Oh my god, I have 74 Titan Druids, what the fuck. Yeah, and inner side, I don't know, like, as long as resources are as accessible as they are, or anywhere close to what they are, there's no place for inner side. You know, inner side just goes into builds that somehow don't run ults, and those builds don't really exist. Because, you know, even like a Death Trap is just always an upgrade, or the Shadow Clone is just always an upgrade to have an ult, basically. So and then there's no Witness board, which is a big multiplier, and so on. So they have to change something about that to make us not run ultimates. And I think inner side could probably become something maybe about not running ultimates. You know, they could maybe redesign it to have that purpose potentially, or something like that, where preparation is like an ultimate thing, and inner side is like a non-ultimate thing, or something like that. And inner side should probably just not be about resources. It's just like not it. And then the gap that you have, and you know, all this kind of stuff is just kind of weird. But yeah, if second wind wasn't a thing, or we didn't rely so much on, let's say, no witnesses and stuff like that, then combo points would already work much better. But the thing is, yeah, combo points is also like slow paced, and the game is very fast right now. So they need to slow down the meta a little bit. That's like a general problem that a lot of builds suffer from. Like, the meta is too fast. The builds that we have are too fast. And, you know, there is no incentive to do slow runs. You know, like a pit at least or something, right? Like, the meta is just kill everything, one-shot the entire screen, you know, do 60-second pits. And, you know, builds that rely on combo points just can't do that, or even close to that. Even if they were strong, we would not play them. Because you just can't do fast runs with something like combo points. So they need to like slow down the game a bit. And other than that, I mean, you can always buff Condemnation. That's the thing. You can always buff Precision. Precision is kind of down bad these days. Yeah, you can actually give like useful combo point effects to some skills. You know, like TB has literally no combo point effect. Handshot is also kind of ill. Flurry is also basically nothing. So, you know, like these effects are like extremely outdated. Like Barrage and the Rapid Fire are okay, get more arrows on top of the extra damage. But yeah, TB, get movement speed. Everyone has movement speed capped. Flurry, get attack speed. Everyone has attack speed capped. Handshot, you get lucky hit. I mean, what the hell do you do with lucky hit when you play a combo point build? So it's just like, whatever. So that is also like another thing they can do. And I mean, I'm not sure if people really want to play combo point build very much, but it would be nice if there was like at least like alternative builds, you know, there was like a bit more of like a variety, and you can do combo points if you want, and there would be reasons to do that at least. But right now we are very far away from that. Like very far away from any kind of like viable combo point build, so. What I would really like to see would be like some Kamehameha pen shots build, where we get like maybe you know, if they make a new crossbow or whatever. There's a Twitch drop by the way for crossbow. That's a sign for sure. So if they make a crossbow unique for pen shot, and I gave them the suggestion to make it something like a snipe from PoE where you can like charge it up and release with more damage. And you know, something like that would be like a natural synergy with combo points, right? You do 1, 2, 3, and then you charge it up, and then Kamehameha, and boom, you know? Like, that would be a fucking fun build, I think. Yeah, then we would have at least something, you know, that goes in that direction. That would be like a thing, potentially. And who knows, maybe we're gonna see something like that. It sounds fun, but slow. Yeah, okay, but you know, if it has its purpose in, you know, like pit pushing and bossing, and I don't know, maybe there would be ways to also play it like in a fast pace, or, you know, worst case you know, do like a setup swap to like a spammy Eagle Horn setup or something, right? You can do that for speed farming, and then you swap to the Kamehameha for pit or something. I mean, if you literally one-shot the entire screen after the Kamehameha, I guess that's fine, you know? You can stand there for a second and charge it. So, that's pretty okay. Anyway, we'll see, I guess. Right now, I think Rogue is at least better than it was last season in terms of variety and the builds and stuff. But yeah, there's still like, yeah, definitely problems with even like these like two core class mechanics, right? Like inner sight and combo points. They're both almost completely worthless right now. Would be cool to long hold the higher the damage, and you can hold it unlimited time. Yeah, that would be a bit too cheesy, I guess. You know, you just wait for Druid to come out and, you know, something like that, right? Or Belial or something. Yeah, there needs to be some kind of limit, right? And it could make it so that, I don't know, let's say the base charge time is like 2 seconds, and then every 0.5 sec or every 0.25 seconds, there's like a stage, right, where you can release it early, but you still do some damage. But then you can like fully charge it, and maybe you get like a slightly higher benefit at the end. And then, you know, once it's fully charged, it just automatically releases maybe after 0.25 seconds. So there's like a slight penalty for holding it too long, instead of like, you know, perfectly timing it. But not like, you know, really punishing. But you can, like, you know, if you time it really well, then you get a bit more DPS or something. That would be nice. And then you can also make that scale for attack speed, for example. So you just charge it up to max faster. And then you basically have snipe. I basically just want snipe from PoE2. Now that I think about it. Because that shit is fucking fun. But I guess snipe is like very punishing, you know, if you miss the window, you're fucked. So I don't want to make it that punishing. So it's fine if it like auto-releases at max power or something. The razor plate question. I think you go for the 1 GA with 200. Could be similar to a Stoneburst on Druid to the charge up. Yeah, on Stoneburst you just like charge it and hold it, right? And then whenever. Yeah, I guess it would be similar to Stoneburst. And honestly, Stoneburst was super fun. I could play that last season a lot actually. It was super cool. Because it has like the similar like charge up mechanic. But it never releases, you know, like you can just hold it, which is a bit weird. I think for something like this, I don't know, pin shot stuff I explained, it would be fine if it just auto-releases. Like after, like a short moment after hitting max, basically. So either you do it manually, with the perfect timing, or it just does it. I think that was fine. Which class did I have the most fun with? Rogue so far. Just make an item like Mosaic ND2, combo points solved. Yeah, Mosaic, dude. I'm not sure who had that idea. But they were smoking some good shit. The Maxroll person create a calculator for the razor plate. Yeah. I guess I can just do some general recommendation or something. I can add that in the guide potentially, just like as a rule of thumb. It's like roughly 10% on the affix is worth like 40 base thorns or so, not masterworked. I guess it's roughly the recommendation on the razor plate. I am German. That's the one thing I like about PoE2, the mace skill where you charge up and release it at the right time. Yeah, exactly, and there's also the other skill, Snipe, which has a much tighter window for release, a bit of the mace skill, but I had so much fun with that as well. I played that in the previous league. I'm doing refinement. Refinement is out. I'm doing Titan now. I have 74 Titans. Oof. Dude, I think I'm gonna have so many boss months. I'm probably just gonna skip the fucking like Harbinger and Andariels and whatever. And just go to the small bosses, like boom, 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 and be done in like 2 hours with them and get a fuck ton of Belials. And I'm gonna just skip the fucking Duriels. Lunging Strike has done 107, I think. It's pretty good. Best item that dropped for me this season. I found a 4GA Eyes in the Dark with perfect affix that I sold for 1 billion. Twice actually. But I think one time it was like a not perfect affix but close. And it was from the cache, so I can't trade it. It's actually my stash. But I have 2 4GA Eyes in the Dark, yeah. And that was my most valuable item, I guess. I mean, there's also the GA Dex and Potent ranks neck, but I think that died with the Razor Wings, I'm not sure. Oh, there's also my Druid neck, to be honest. That is probably worth more than the Eyes in the Dark. I got a GA Willpower and Venom neck as well. Got a 4GA 135 shard. That's pretty good. Dude, shard is so hard, man. GA Willpower and no, it was GA Willpower and normal Venom, I think. But I could roll another passive. And I rolled, I think, Toxic Claws. So I have like pretty GG neck on my Druid. The neck was worth more than all my characters combined. Yeah, probably. Easy win in the competition. That neck carried me. The 200,000 obols deep, holy. I got surprisingly lucky with amulets this season. I also have a bunch of good Spiritborn amulets with like Dex and a passive and Dex and another passive. Bunch of stuff like that.